Testing. Hello. Um, the little hello. Hello. Hmm. Hello. Um, is how do I know if the mic is working? Hmm. Is there no way to know if the mic is working? Hmm. Hello. See, I don't want to like be live if like there's no like the mic isn't working. Um, I mean, I don't know how I would know. I guess I can pull myself up and see. Watch myself live and see if that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming it's working. I hope so. Um, hmm. Oh well. I guess I'm just gonna have to assume it's working. Because the little buttons are. Is that? I don't know if that changes it. Does that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not very tech savvy. Um, oh well. I guess I will get started. Hold on. I'm gonna do something. Okay. I pulled up my own stream and I heard myself. So anyway, that means I'm live and talking to the internet here. Hello. It's been a long time since I've done a live stream on this channel. I don't remember when the last time was. But this was an impromptu live stream. I had this idea on a walk earlier, and I'm bored, so I thought I'll do it. I'm gonna read. So for research purposes, I've been reading Kant's political writings. I'm not that far in. I'm less than 100 pages in, but I thought I should read or I wanted to read live Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch by Immanuel Kant. I've already read a couple pages into it, but I haven't read the whole thing, so I'll literally be reading it like out loud for the first time. I mean, I'll be reading it for the first time out loud, except for the first couple pages that I've already read. I'm gonna try to get through it all in one sitting. And maybe I'll have to take a break or something, or just step away to pee or whatever. But yeah, so I guess without further ado, I don't really have any housekeeping or anything, so I'll just start. So this is a Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch by Immanuel Kant. A Dutch innkeeper once put the satirical, or sorry, it starts with, in quotations, the Perpetual Peace. The Perpetual Peace. A Dutch innkeeper once put the satirical inscription on his signboard, along with the picture of a graveyard. We should not trouble to ask whether this applies to men in general, or particularly to heads of states who can never have enough of war, or only to the philosophers who blissfully dream of perpetual peace. The author of the present essay does, however, make one reservation in advance. The practical politician tends to look down with great complacency upon the political theorists as a mere academic. The theorist's abstract ideas, the practitioner believes, cannot endanger the state, since the state must be founded upon principles of experience. It thus seems safe to let him fire off his whole broadside, and the worldly wise statesman need not turn a hair. It thus follows that if the practical politician is to be consistent, he must not claim in the event of a dispute with the theorist to scent any danger to the state in the opinions which the theorist has randomly uttered in public. Funny enough, I didn't realize that when I ordered this book, it had been pre-used, and so there's actually a lot of funny notes and commentary on it. So that little sentence about the practical politician versus the academic, somebody wrote, if you can see, he. So, he. By this saving clause, the author of this essay will consider himself expressly safeguarded in correct and proper style against all malicious interpretation. First section, which contains the preliminary articles of a perpetual peace between states. 1. No conclusion of peace shall be considered valid as such if it was made with a secret reservation of the material for a future war. For if this were the case, it would be a mere truce, a suspension of hostilities, not a peace. Peace means an end to all hostilities, and to attach the adjective perpetual to it is already suspiciously close to pleonasm. A conclusion of peace nullifies all existing reason for a future war, even if these are not yet known to the contracting parties, and no matter how acutely and carefully they may later be pierced together out of old documents. It is possible that either party may make a mental reservation with a view to reviving its old pretensions in the future. Such reservations will not be mentioned explicitly, since both parties may simply be too exhausted to continue the war, although they may nonetheless possess sufficient ill will to seize the first favorable opportunity of attaining their end. But if we consider such reservations in themselves, they soon appear as Jesuitical casuistry. That's a great phrase. They are beneath the dignity of a ruler, just as it is beneath the dignity of a minister of state to comply with any reasoning of this kind. But if, in accordance with enlightened notions of political expediency, we believe that the true glory of a state consists in the constant increase of its power by any means whatsoever, the above judgment will certainly appear academic and pedantic. 2. No independently existing state, whether it be large or small, may be acquired by another state by inheritance, exchange, purchase, or gift. For a state, unlike the ground on which it is based, is not a possession, patrimonium. It is that, in parentheses, Latin, patrimonium. It is a society of men which no one other than itself can command or dispose of. Like a tree, it has its own roots, and to graft it on another state, as it were, a shoot, is to terminate its existence as a moral personality and make it into a commodity. This contradicts the idea of the original contracts, without which the rights of a people are unthinkable. Everyone knows what danger the supposed right of acquiring states in this way, even in our own times, has brought upon Europe, for this practice is unknown in other continents. It has been thought that states can marry one another, and this has provided a new kind of industry by which power can be increased through family allegiance, without expenditure of energy, while landed property can be extended at the same time. It is the same thing when the troops of one state are hired to another to fight an enemy who is not common to both, for the subjects are thereby used and misused as objects to be manipulated at will. 3. standing armies, miles perpetus, I don't know Latin, I'm so sorry, will gradually be abolished altogether. For they constantly threaten other states with war by the very fact that they are always prepared for it. They spur on the states to outdo one another in arming unlimited numbers of soldiers, and since the resultant costs eventually make peace more oppressive than a short war, the armies are themselves the cause of wars of aggression, which set out to end burdensome military expenditure. Furthermore, the hiring of men to kill or to be killed seems to mean using them as mere machines or instruments in the hands of someone else, the state, which cannot easily be reconciled with the rights of man in one's own person. It is quite a different matter if the citizens undertake voluntary military training from time to time in order to secure themselves and their fatherland against attacks from outside. But it would be just the same if wealth from rather than soldiers were accumulated, for it would be seen by other states as a military threat. It might compel them to mount preventative attacks, for of the three powers might compel them to mount. For of the three powers within a state, the power of the army, the power of alliance, and the power of money, the third is probably the most reliable instrument of war. It would lead more often to wars if it were not so difficult to discover the amount of wealth which another state possesses. 4. No national debt shall be contracted in connection with the external affairs of the state. There is no cause for suspicion if help for the national there is no cause for suspicion if help for the national economy is sought inside or outside the state, e.g., for improvements to roads, new settlements, storage for foodstuffs for years of famine, etc. But a credit system, if used by the powers as an instrument of aggression against one another, shows the powers of money in its most dangerous form. For while the debts thereby incurred are always secured against present demands, because not all the creditors will demand a payment at the same time, these debts go on growing indefinitely. This ingenious system, invented by commercial people in the present century, provides a military fund which may exceed the resources of all other states put together. It can only be exhausted by an eventual tax deficit, which may be postponed for a considerable time by the commercial stimulus which industry and trade receive through the credit system. This ease in making war, coupled with the warlike inclination of those in power, which seems to be an integral feature of human nature, is thus a great obstacle in the way of perpetual peace. Foreign debts must therefore be prohibited by a preliminary article of such a peace, otherwise national bankruptcy, inevitable in the long run, would necessarily involve various other states in the resultant loss without their having deserved it, thus inflicting upon them a public injury. Other states are therefore justified in allying themselves against such a state and its pretensions. I'm kind of curious how late I'm going to be up because I'm a slow reader. The essay isn't that long. You know, it's about this long, but yeah, that's quite a bit for reading out loud. But we'll see. 5. No state shall forcibly interfere in the constitution and government of another state. For what could justify such interference? Surely not any sense of scandal or offense which a state arouses in the subject of another state. It should rather serve as a warning to others, as an example of the great evils which a people has incurred by its lawlessness. And a bad example which one free person gives to another as a scandalum acceptum is not the same as an injury to the latter. But it would be a different matter if a state, through internal discord, were to split into two parts, each of which set itself up as a separate state and claimed authority over the whole. For it could not be reckoned as interference in another state's constitution if an external state were to lend support to one of them, because their condition is one of anarchy. But as long as this internal conflict is not yet decided, the interference of external powers would be a violation of the rights of an independent people, which is merely struggling with its internal ills. Such interference would be an active offense and would make the autonomy of all other states insecure. And the person before me highlighted that with a Sharpie, or with a not a Sharpie, my brain stopped working. They highlighted it in yellow, and they drew. Then in a pen, they drew a little line and wrote in large letters, "America." And then in the first part, with about the state being in anarchy when it splits into two parts, they wrote Vietnam with a little arrow. Yeah, so it's weird. It's the first passage is like, oh, so that's kind of supportive. You could use that argument. You could use that kind of logic to support Vietnam. And then the very next passage is, oh, you would use that argument against intervention in Vietnam. So it's just a funny little. I find some of these little notes that the person made are pretty funny. Number 6. No state at war with another shall permit such acts of hostility as would make mutual confidence impossible during a future time of peace. Such acts would include the employment of assassins, percussores, or poisoners, venefici, breach of agreements, the instigation of treason, perduello, within the enemy state, etc. These are dishonorable stratagem, for it must still remain possible, even in wartime, to have some sort of trust in the attitude of the enemy. Otherwise, a peace could not be concluded, and the hostilities would turn into a war of extermination, bellum internationem. After all, war is only a regrettable expenditure for asserting one's rights by force without a state of nature where no court of justice is available to judge with legal authority. I'm highlighting, or I'm underlining passages of my own, or passages of my own, for future reference. In such cases, neither party can be declared an unjust enemy, for this would already presuppose a judge's decision. An unjust enemy, for this, only the outcome of the conflict, as in the case of the so-called judgment of God, can decide who is in the right. A war of punishment, bellum punitivum, between states is inconceivable, since there can be no relationship of superior to inferior among them. It thus follows that a war of extermination, in which both parties and right itself might all be simultaneously annihilated, would allow perpetual peace only on the vast graveyard of the human race. Second World War. Second World War. I'm so sorry. I sound like a smoker. That was basically what the Second World War was, if you think about it. I mean, it was basically a existential crisis that could have resulted in maybe not the end of civilization, but I mean, damn near close, I would say. But that's. I'll try to keep the commentary to a minimum. I'm probably going to be thinking out loud because that's what I do. I read a text and then I think out loud. A war of this kind and the employment of all means which might bring it about must thus be absolutely prohibited. But the means listed above would inevitably lead to such a war, because these diabolical arts, besides being intrinsically despicable, would not long be confined to war alone if they were brought into use. This applies, for example, to the employment of spies, ut exploratoribus, for it exploits only the dishonesty of others, which can never be completely eliminated. Such practices will be carried over into peacetime and will thus completely vitiate its purpose. All of the articles listed above, when regarded objectively or in relation to the intentions of those in power, are prohibitive laws, legus prohibitave. Yet some of them are of the strictest sort, legus stricta, being valid irrespective of differing circumstances, and they require that the abuses they prohibit should be abolished immediately. Others, although they are not exceptions to the rule of justice, allow some subjective latitude according to the circumstances in which they are applied. A legus late. I feel so horrible saying these Latin phrases. A friend of mine is a classics major, and they would be disgusted at my horrible pronunciations. I still have to figure out what foreign language to take because I have a year to graduate on time. And I'm a transfer student, so I was already behind. And the school I now go to is pretty like bam, 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 pretty strict with requirements. And yeah, I was thinking about taking Chinese because I feel like most like Europeans or people of European descent, just sort of view Asia as just like this blob that they know nothing about. And I was thinking like I should try to alleviate that by learning more, like attempting to at least learn a bit of a language that's not Latin based. But then another friend of mine was like, no, you should probably do something like Latin or German or French, because if you want to go to graduate school in philosophy, which is something I've considered, you'll have to know at least one of those languages. So I don't know. Guess we'll see. Maybe one day I'll know how to properly pronounce Latin phrases. The latter need not necessarily, the latter being the subjective the rules of justice that have some subjective interpretation and variation to them. The latter need not necessarily be executed at once, so long as their ultimate purpose, e.g., the restoration of freedom to certain states in accordance with the second article, is not lost sight of. But their execution may not be put off to a non-existent date, ad calendas grassas, as Augustus used to promise. For any delay is permitted only as a means of avoiding a premature implementation which might frustrate the whole purpose of the article. For in the case of the second article, The prohibition relates only to the mode of acquisition, which is to be forbidden thereforth, but not to the present state of political possessions. For although this present state is not backed up by the requisite legal authority, it was considered lawful in the public opinion of every state at the time of the putative acquisition. Footnote. It has hitherto been doubted, not without justification, says Kant, whether there can be permissive laws, legus permissivae, persivae, in addition to prescriptive laws, legus praesceptivae, and prohibitive laws, legus prohibitave. For all laws embody an element of objective practical necessity for certain actions, whereas a permission depends only upon practical contingencies. Thus, a permissive law would be a compulsion to do something which one cannot be compelled to do. And if the object of the law were the same as that of the permission, a contradiction would result. But in the permissive law contained in the second article above, the initial prohibition applies only to the mode of acquiring a right in the future, e.g. by inheritance, whereas the exemption from this prohibition, e.g. the permissive part of the law, applies to the state of political possessions in the present. For in accordance with a permissive law of natural right, this present state can be allowed to remain, even though the state of nature has been abandoned for that of civil society. And even if these present possessions are unlawful, they are nevertheless honest. Possessio putativa. A putative possession is prohibited, however, as long as it has been recognized as such, both in the state of nature and after the subsequent transition to civil society, if the mode of acquisition is the same. And continued possession could not be permitted if the supposed acquisition has been made in the state of civil society, for it would then have to end immediately as an offense against right as soon as its unlawfulness has been discovered. Oh my goodness, this is... Why do you have to have such a long footnote, Kant? Give me a moment. So I kind of hear Kant saying that, like, he's trying to walk a fine line between respecting current law, respecting the spirit of current law, while appealing to a purer, more universal law. So I don't know. He seems to be I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know if he's confused, or if I just disagree with him and I'm like not comprehending some of what he says because I disagree. But anyway, let's read this. Let's read this long footnote. Let's get through this together, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary folk. My intention here was merely to point out briefly to exponents of natural right the concept of a permissive law, which automatically presents itself within the systemic division of reason. It is especially noteworthy since it is frequently used in civil or statutory law with the one difference that the prohibitive part of the law exists independently, and the permissive part is not included within the law itself as a limiting condition as it ought to be, but added to cover exceptional cases. Such laws usually state that this or that is prohibited, except in cases 1, 2, or 3, and so on and ad infinitum. For permissive, clauses are only added to the law fortuitously by a random review of particular cases and not in accordance with any definite principle. Otherwise, the limiting conditions would have had to be included in the actual formula of the prohibited law, whereby it would have become a permissive law in itself. It is therefore to be regretted that the ingenious but unsolved competition question submitted by that wise and clear-sighted gentleman, Count Windishgratz, was so soon abandoned, for it might have solved the legal difficulty we are at present discussing. For the possibility of finding universal formula like those of mathematics is the only true test of consistent legislation. And without it, the so-called ius certum must remain no more than a pious hope. And just for, let me see, hold on. I'm curious, I want to look at that footnote. You know you're a nerd. You know you're a true shut-in who needs to touch grass when you ever utter the word footnote. If you even conceive of footnotes, if you've ever thought of a footnote, you need to touch grass. That is a fact, and anyone who disagrees with me is objectively wrong in everything they've ever stood for, ever, and ever will stand for. I thought I turned you off. I was just curious. So let's see. The Joseph Nicholas Imperial Count of Windishgratz, 1744 to 1802. This nobleman invited scholars to compete in solving the problem of how it might be possible to formulate legal contracts which would be incapable of more than one interpretation and which would make all disputes over changes in ownership impossible. I see. See, it's funny to me when I read certain like Enlightenment or Enlightenment adjacent texts because it's gonna take me hours to get through this with every aside I make. I'll make a great professor because I'll just talk the class will love me because I'm just gonna talk about random things for 30 or more like minutes of the class, and then the other 30 or so will be to actual classwork, and they'll just love me because they'll think I'm like crazy and loony and absent-minded and I don't even pay attention half the time. But that's a side thought to my side thought, which is when I do a lot of readings about like Enlightenment philosophy, Enlightenment scholars, Enlightenment Enlightenment cultural, the cultural impact of the Enlightenment. I like someone like Kant or Voltaire, Rousseau, blah 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 blah. I'm kind of like impressed by how quaint some of their writings feel sometimes. So like the idea that the law could like that you could ever construct a law which would be had no more than one interpretation. Like that to me just seems like a frivolous question. Like beyond not even worth considering. But that might just be because we live in a postmodernism world, and we live in a world with quantum mechanics, and so people are more pessimistic than ever about knowledge, and they're more aware of their ignorance of the universe, and they're also more pessimistic about just humanity's ability to achieve um, certain things, the humanity's ability to overcome like certain um, bad inclinations or conditions. And so, and also nowadays we also like we tend to emphasize empirical studies. Scientism is in the air, and so we're less interested in theoretical, abstract, thought experimenty kinds of work. So, but we are nowhere near finishing this footnote. Otherwise, we shall only have general laws, i.e., laws valid in general, but no universal laws, i.e., laws which are generally valid, such as the concept of a law seems to demand. It is usually assumed that one cannot take hostile action against anyone unless one has already been actively injured by them. This is perfectly correct if both parties are living in a legal civil state. For the fact that the one has entered a state gives the required guarantee to the other, since both are subject to the same authority. But man, or an individual people in a mere state of nature, robs me of any such security and injures me by virtue of this very state in which he coexists with me. He may not have injured me actively, facto, but he does injure me by the very lawlessness of his state, statu iniusto. For he is a permanent threat to me, and I can require him either to enter into a common lawful state along with me, or to move away from my vicinity. Thus, the postulate on which all the following articles are based is that all men who can at all influence one another must adhere to some kind of legal constitution. But any legal constitution, as far as the persons who live under it are concerned, will conform to one of the following types. 1. A constitution based on the civil right of individuals within a nation, ius civitatis. A constitution based on the international right of states and their relationship with one another, ius gentium. A constitution based on, and 3. A constitution based on cosmopolitan right, insofar as as individuals and states coexisting in external relationship of mutual influence may be regarded as citizens of a universal state of mankind, ius cosmopoliticum. This classification with respect to the idea of a perpetual peace is not arbitrary, but necessary. For if even one of those parties were able to influence the other physically and yet itself remain in a state of nature, there would be a risk of war, which it is precisely the aim of the above articles to prevent. Interesting. I just realized what I thought was one long footnote was just two long footnotes on two separate pages. So I'm not grateful for his long footnotes, but anyway. And it's literally like one paragraph later, so it doesn't really matter. But that's the end of that. That's the end of that section. First definitive article of a perpetual peace. The civil constitution of any state shall be republican. A republican constitution is founded upon three principles. Count them, three. Firstly, the principle of freedom for all members of a society as men. Secondly, the principle of the dependence of every one upon a single common legislation as subjects. And thirdly, the principle of legal equality for everyone as citizens. And then the person underlined that and said, I'm skeptical about this part. How dare you, sir, or madam, or whatever, whoever you are, whatever your gender identity, we're inclusive here. How could you question that Republican constitutions are based on freedom, equality, and everyone being dependent on, or everyone being responsible to, or what's the phrase I'm looking for? I lost it. But yeah, so how dare you question Republican rule, you monster. Shame. What am I trying to say? Like, how dare you? I was trying to say, like, how dare you suggest that everyone be held accountable by, and be like, how dare you think anyone want to be? I can't even. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But we have another long footnote. So, rightful, i.e., external freedom, cannot, as is usually thought, be defined as a warrant to do whatever one wishes, unless it means doing injustice to others. For what is meant by a warrant, it means a possibility of acting in a certain way, so long as this action does not do any injustices to others. Thus, the definition would run as follows: freedom is the possibility of acting in ways which do not do no injustice to others. That is, we do no injustice to others, no matter what we may actually do. If we do no That is, we do no injustice to others, no matter what we may actually do. If we do no injustice to others. Thus, the definition is an empty tautology. Oh, okay. He was giving us a tautology, and then I was so confused for a moment. In fact, my external and rightful freedom should be defined as a warrant to obey no external law except those to which I have been able to give my own consent. Similarly, external and rightful equality within a state is that relationship among the citizens whereby no one can put anyone else under a legal obligation without submitting simultaneously to a law which requires that he can himself be put under the same kind of obligation by the other person. And we do not need to define the principle of legal dependence, since it is always implied in the concept of political constitution. The validity of these innate and inalienable rights. The necessary property of mankind is confirmed and enhanced by the principle that man may have lawful relations even with higher beings if he believe in the latter. For he may consider himself as a citizen of a transcendental world to which the same principles apply. And as regards my freedom, I am not under any obligation even to divide laws which I can recognize by reason alone, except insofar as I have been able to give my own consent to them. For I can form a conception of the divine will only in terms of the law of freedom of my own reason. As for the principle of equality in relation to the most exalted being I can conceive of, Janis Joplin, apart from God. Oh, I'm so sorry. I get God and Janis Joplin confused all the time. E.g., a power such as Aeon. Isn't that an Egyptian god? Oh no, personification of eternal time. I think it was Egyptian. I'm kind of curious now. I am incorrect, or I was incorrect. It is Greek. It was a Greek god, a Hellenistic deity associated with time, the orb or circle encompassing the universe, and the zodiac. Dang. Google disproved me live. You mean I'm not perfect and I don't get everything right all the time? I'm ending the live stream right here, guys. And as for the principle of equality in relation to the most exalted being I can conceive of, apart from God, e.g., the power such as Aeon, there is no reason if I and this higher being are both doing our duties in our own stations, why it should be my duty to obey while he should enjoy the right to command. Oh, I'm sorry. He wasn't saying God was the most exalted being he could conceive of. I read that wrong. Thereby invalidating my joke comparing God and Janis Joplin. So like an alien species that is 1,000 times more intelligent than we. He does talk about that a lot, I've noticed. Hold on. Because he says, if I may, I mean, it's my funeral. If I'm up till like 3 a.m. But he says elsewhere in, I think, the essay Theory and Practice, I think. He includes a footnote somewhere. Maybe it's in a different work. It's in this book, I know. Was it in a different work? Oh, I think, yeah, I'm sorry. It was in, oh, yeah. Anyways, my point being, Kant talks a lot about aliens, which I guess would have been a, more real to people in his time who were learning more about the cosmos. In his essay, Idea for a Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Purpose, under the seventh proposition, which is the problem of establishing a perfect civil constitution is subordinate to the problem of a law-governed external relationship with other states and cannot be solved unless the latter is also solved. And the footnote... I was wrong yet again. Several errors in a row. This is... How can I be a philosophy channel and have errors live on YouTube? It's actually... the footnote I'm talking about is under the sixth proposition in this essay. This problem is both the most difficult and the last to be solved by the human race, i.e. a perfect constitution. He says... This is therefore the most difficult of all tasks, and a perfect solution is impossible. Nothing straight can be constructed from such warped wood as that which man is made of. Nature only requires of us that we should approximate to this idea. Here's where the footnote comes in. Man's role is thus an artificial one, a highly artificial one. We do not know how it is with the inhabitants of other planets and with their nature, but if we ourselves execute this commission of nature well, we may surely flatter ourselves that we occupy no mean status among our neighbors in the cosmos. Perhaps their position is such that each individual can fulfill his destiny completely within his own lifetime. With us, it is otherwise. Only the species as a whole can hope for this. Basically, in this other essay, I think Kant is sort of putting forward the idea, which he can't prove empirically and acknowledges this, but he wants to understand human history, and he says a good way to understand human history is to think of it as progressive, both, in terms of like knowledge and understanding, but also in terms of morality. But I digress. I just think it's funny. Kant seems to bring up like intelligent life elsewhere in the universe in multiple works. I don't know if I had another point, but moving on. Back to the footnote. We were talking about Kant was like, well, if there's this higher being elsewhere in the universe, you still have like a moral obligation. You would still have like similar moral obligations between the two of you. Like you couldn't make him do something or them do something that they couldn't make you do. But the reason why this principle of equality, unlike that of freedom, does not apply to a relationship towards God is that God is the only being for whom the concept ceases to be valid. But as for the right of equality of all citizens as subjects, we may ask whether a hereditary aristocracy is admissible. The answer to this question will depend entirely on whether more importance is attached to the superior rank granted by the state to one subject or another than is attached to merit, or vice versa. Now, it is obvious that if rank is conferred according to birth, it will be quite uncertain whether merit, skill, and devotion within one's office will accompany it. It will be tantamount to conferring a position of command upon a favored individual without any merit on his part, and this could never be approved by the general will of the people in an original contract, which is, after all, the principle behind all rights. For it does not necessarily follow that a nobleman is also a noble man. And as for a nobility of office, i.e. the rank of a higher magistracy, which can be obtained by merit, the rank does not attach as a possession to the person, but to the post occupied by the person, and this does not violate the principles of equality. For when a person lays down his office, he simultaneously resigns his rank and again becomes one of the people. Um, yeah, Kant is also seems to be very critical of like birthright, or critical of like hereditary birthright, critical of like aristocratic privilege. Um, so I'll underline that. In good Enlightenment fashion, Kant distrusts the idea that the circumstances of your birth are more important to who you are as a person than your own skills and your own ability to rise up in the world, um, uh, 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 or um, lack thereof. So I'm just there's a good bit here I want to remember, so that's why I'm taking so long. Yeah, I mean nowadays that's pretty commonplace. Americans, for example, we've never had an aristocracy. So in many ways, we've never had conservatives. I mean, we've never had the kind of conservatives that you've had in Britain, France, Italy, and so on. Not that kind of conservatism. We've had conservatism, but it's a you know it was an ideological shift, which would be a good topic for another stream or podcast or video. Okay. Back to the major part of the essay. It is the only constitution, Republican one, which can be derived from the idea of an original contract upon which all rightful legislation of a people must be founded. Thus, as far as right is concerned, republicanism is in itself the original basis of every kind of civil constitution, and it only remains to ask whether it is the only constitution which can lead to a perpetual peace. The Republican Constitution is not only pure in its origin, since it springs from the public concept of right, it also offers a prospect of attaining the desired result, i.e., a perpetual peace, and the reason for this is as follows. If, as is inevitably the case under this Constitution, the consent of the citizens is required to decide whether or not war is to be declared, it is very natural that they will have great hesitation in embarking on so dangerous an enterprise, for this would mean calling down on themselves all the miseries of war, such as doing the fighting themselves, supplying the costs of the war from their own resources, painfully making good the ensuing devastation, and, as the crowning evil, having to take upon themselves a burden of debt which will embitter peace itself and which can never be paid off on account of the constant threat of new wars. But under a constitution where the subject is not a citizen, and which is therefore not republican, it is the simplest thing in the world to go to war. For the head of state is not a fellow citizen, but the owner of the state, and a war will not force him to make the slightest sacrifice so far as his banquets, hunts, pleasure palaces, and court festivals are concerned. He can thus decide on war without any significant reason as a kind of amusement, and unconcernedly leave it to the diplomatic corps, who are not always ready for such purposes, to justify the war for the sake of propriety. And then the person, the former owner of the book, commented, "Didn't Bush do that?" I was thinking, he can. I don't know if Bush did that. I don't know if he did the war in Iraq for amusement. But he certainly didn't have any justified significant reason, and then, left it to other people to give nonsensical reasons for it. As will probably become evident, many people disagree with Kant's characterizations of republican governments. I think he gave too flattering a portrayal of them. The following remarks are necessary to prevent the Republican Constitution from being confused with the Democratic one. Ooh, another big Enlightenment trope, distinguishing republicanism from democracy. I did a whole podcast on Madison. Was it the 10th Federalist letter written by Madison on why America is not a democracy proper? The various forms of state, civitas, may be classified either according to the different persons who exercise supreme authority or according to the way in which the nation is governed by its ruler, whoever may be. The first classification goes by the form of sovereignty, forma imperii, and only 3 such forms are possible, depending on whether the ruling power is in the hands of an individual, of several persons in association, or of all those who together constitute civil society, i.e., autocracy, aristocracy, and democracy, the power of the prince, the power of a nobility, and the power of the people. Hold on, I'm going to turn off my cellular device. The second classification depends on the form of government, forma regimenis, and relates to the way in which the state setting out from its constitution, i.e., an act of the general will, whereby the mass becomes a people, makes use of its plenary power. The form of government in this case will either be republican or despotic. Republicanism is that political principle whereby the executive power of the government is separated from the legislative power. Despotism prevails in a state if the laws are made and arbitrarily executed by one and the same power, and it reflects the will of the people only insofar as the ruler treats the will of the people as his own private will. And then the person, previous owner, scribbled or underlined this passage differently with scribbles rather than straight lines. And then I'll read their comment. Of the 3 forms of sovereignty, democracy is in the truest sense of the word, is necessarily a despotism, because it establishes an executive branch through which all the citizens may make decisions about, and indeed against, the single individual without his consent, so that decisions are made by all the people, and yet not by all the people. And this means that the general will is in contradiction with itself, and thus also with freedom. And the note reads, WTF, mate. I will let that stand as its own statement. For any form of government which is not representative is essentially an anomaly, because one and the same person cannot, at the same time, be both the legislator and the executor of his own will, just as the general proposition in logical reasoning cannot at the same time be a secondary proposition subsuming the particular within the general. Interesting analogy. And even if the other two political constitutions, i.e., autocracy and aristocracy, are always defective in as much as they leave room for a despotic form of government, it is at least possible that they will associate with a form of government which accords with the spirit of representative systems. Okay, I see. So, thus Frederick II, which I think is a reference to Frederick. No, I know it's a reference to Frederick the Great. Yeah. Thus, Frederick II at least said that he was merely the highest servant of the state. Footnote. While many many have criticized the high-sounding appellations which are often bestowed on a ruler, i.e., the divine anointed, the executor and representative of the divine will on earth, as gross and extravagant flatteries, but it seems to me without reason. Far from making the ruler of the land arrogant, they ought rather to fill his soul with humility. For if he is a man of understanding, which we must certainly assume, he will reflect that he's taken over an office which is too great for a human being, mainly that of administering God's most sacred institution on earth, the rights of man. He will always live in fear of having in any way injured God's most valued possession. That's that quaintness that I was talking about earlier. The appeals to God, the suggestion that flattering the ruler is going to make him humble, and assuming that our rulers are what does he say? Men of understanding. Thus, Frederick the Great at least said that he was merely the highest servant of the state, while a democratic constitution makes this attitude impossible because everyone under it wants to be a ruler. We can therefore say that the smaller the number of ruling people in a state, and the greater their powers of representation, the more the Constitution will approximate to its republican potentiality, which it may hope to realize eventually by gradual reform. Not true, says the former owner of this book. For this reason, it is more difficult in an aristocracy than in a monarchy to reach this one and only perfectly lawful kind of constitution, while it is possible in a democracy only by means of violent revolution. But the people are immensely more concerned with the mode of government than with the form of the Constitution, although a great deal also depends on the degree to which the Constitution fits the purpose of the government. I missed a footnote. So the footnote was after, but the people are immensely more concerned with the mode of government. Mallet de Pont I also can't speak French, so any form of pronunciation, not even English. You can't even trust my English pronunciations. I just want to say that, FYI. Mallet de Pont, in his flamboyant but hollow and empty style, boasts of having, at least after many years of experience, become convinced of the truth of Pope's famous saying, "For forms of government, let fools contest, where is best administered." Whatever is best administered is best. If this means that the best administered government is the best administered, he has cracked a nut, as Swift put it, and been rewarded with a worm. But if it means that the best administered government is also the best kind of government, i.e., the best constitution, it is completely false. For examples of good governments prove nothing whatever about kinds of governments, who indeed governed better than Titus or a Marcus Aurelius, and yet the one left a Domitian as his successor, and the other a Commodus. And this could not have happened under a good constitution, since their unsuitability for the post of ruler was known early enough, and the power of their predecessors was great enough to have excluded them from the succession. Let me underline that quickly. And then I will finish this section, take a short break. Will be but a moment. And then I will continue. But the people are immensely more concerned with the mode of government than with the form of the Constitution, although a great deal also depends on the degree to which the Constitution fits the purpose of the government. But if the mode of government is to accord with the concept of right, it must be based on the representative system. The system alone makes possible a republican state, and without it, despotism and violence will result, no matter what kind of constitution is in force. None of the so-called republics of antiquity employed such a system, and they thus inevitably ended in despotism, although this is still relatively bearable under the rule of a single individual. I'm going to go take a short break, refill my water bottle and such. Let's see. I don't know. Do I just... I don't know if I can, like... Yeah, I think I'll just have to go, and you'll have to stare at the wall for a few minutes. But I will be back, I promise. I have returned from my adventure into the kitchen. I know there's nothing more annoying than seeing people eat on recording. But I thought I could use the energy too. Get through this. So I will simply continue. A second definitive article of a perpetual peace. The right of nations shall be based on a federation of free states. So we have the first principle, which was the civil constitution of every state shall be republican. And then this one here is about rights of nations must be based on federations of free states. People who have grouped themselves into nation states may be judged in the same way as individual men in a state of nature, living in a state of nature, independent of external laws. For they are a standing offense to one another by the very fact that they are neighbors. Each nation, for the sake of its own security, can and ought to demand of the others that they should enter along with it into a constitution similar to the civil one within which the rights of each could be secured. This would mean establishing a federation of peoples, but a federation of this sort would not be the same thing as an international state. For the idea of an international state is contradictory, since every state involves a relationship between a superior, the legislator, and an inferior, the people obeying the laws, whereby a number of nations forming one state would constitute a single nation. And this contradicts our initial assumption, as we are here considering the rights of nations in relation to one another insofar as they are a group of separate states which are not to be welded together as a unit. I actually learned not too long ago. I don't know why I was slow on the uptake, but it's like, don't political scientists consider the relations between states to be anarchic, i.e., as Kant says, there is no super state above all the other states. There is no authority above the authority of the individual states. Which I suppose gets at a pretty superficial and obvious truth. But for someone who's kind of interested in the concept of anarchy, I thought that conceptualization must have some profound truths about man and the political side of man. I don't know. We look with profound contempt upon the way in which savages cling to their lawless freedom. Profound contempt, he says. He's not for Rousseau's noble savage. They would rather engage in incessant strife than submit to a legal constraint which they might impose upon themselves, for they prefer the freedom of folly to the freedom of reason. We regard this as barbarism, coarseness, and brutish debasement of humanity. See, that's not an example of an Enlightenment scholar being quaint. That's just an example of an Enlightenment scholar being Eurocentric and prejudiced. Yeah, I think Kant would get canceled on Twitter for saying that nowadays. Foolish of me to think Kant would even have Twitter. We might thus expect that civilized peoples, each united within itself as a state, would hasten to abandon so degrading a condition as soon as possible. But instead of doing so, each state sees its own majesty, for it would be absurd to speak of the majesty of a people, precisely in not having to submit to any external legal constraint, and the glory of its ruler consists in his power to order thousands of people to immolate themselves for a cause which does not truly concern them, while he need not himself incur any danger whatsoever. Footnote. Thus, the Bulgarian prince, replying to the Greek emperor who had kindly offered to settle his disputes with him by a duel, declared, "A smith who possesses tongs will not lift the glowing iron out of the coals with his own hands." It's kind of funny. Talking to some people, they would argue that someone like Kant, hold on, I'm going to eat and chat for a moment. That someone like Kant was too optimistic, too naive, too democratic. And you see this, with talk about the Enlightenment in general, right? People characterize the Enlightenment as, or some people, as intellectuals simplifying the world. Intellectuals like almost wanting to turn the world into a mathematical formula that can be proven with certainty, and which can lead to perfect knowledge and a political utopia. And then you have the French Revolution come along and completely shatter the project. And supposedly demonstrate that people are more tied to religion, tradition, and the past more generally than the Enlightenment philosophers supposed. But Sorry, let me grab a napkin. All of this is to say that I'm struck at how modest and pessimistic and perhaps even conservative a lot of the Enlightenment philosophers were. So perhaps the Enlightenment as a whole led to or inspired a blind optimism. I say perhaps. I'm not even sure I would agree with that, but supposing that, I don't think individual philosophers in the movement at the time believe that or are responsible for that. So. But instead of doing so, each state sees its own majesty, for it would be absurd to speak of the majesty of the people, precisely in not having to submit to any external legal constraints. And the glory of its ruler consists in his power to order thousands of people to immolate themselves for a cause which does not truly concern them, while he need not himself incur any damage whatsoever. And the main difference between the savage nations of Europe and those of America is that while some American tribes have been entirely eaten up by their enemies, the Europeans know how to make better use of those they have defeated than merely making a meal of them. They would rather use them to increase the number of their own subjects, thereby augmenting their stock of instruments for conducting even more extensive wars. So he somehow almost proceeds to make Europeans sound both more and less civilized at the same time. Which makes sense, I suppose. From his perspective. That's a tautology if there ever was one. What I meant was using his philosophy. I know why he would say that. Although it is largely concealed by governmental constraints and law-governed civil society, the depravity of human nature is displayed without disguise in the unrestricted relations which obtain between the various nations. Basically what I was implying earlier. It is therefore to be wondered at that the word right has not been completely banished from military politics as superfluous pedantry, and that no state has been bold enough to declare itself publicly in favor of doing so. For Hugo Grotius, Pufendorf, Vattel, and the rest, sorry comforters as they are still dutifully quoted in justifications of military aggression, although their philosophically or diplomatically formulated codes do not and cannot have the slightest legal force, since states, as such, are not subject to a common external constraint. Yet there is no instance of a state ever having been moved to desist from its purpose by arguments supported by the testimony of such notable men. This homage, which every state pays, in words at least, to the concepts of right, proves that man possesses a greater moral capacity, still dormant at present, to overcome eventually the evil principle within him, for he cannot deny that it exists, and to hope that others will do likewise. Otherwise, the right would never be used. The word right would never be used by states which intend to make war with one another, war on one another, unless in a derisory sense, as when a certain Gallic prince declared, "Nature has given to the strong the prerogative of making the weak obey them." Nietzsche would love that phrase. I'm going to circle that and write Nietzsche next to it. I am not worried that posterity will not be able to distinguish my notes from the notes of the other person in this book, because they actually have legible handwriting, and I do not. The way in which states seek their rights can only be by war, since there is no external tribunal to put their claims to trial. But rights cannot be decided. Oh no, I'm already getting to the point where I'm having trouble reading words, and we're not. We got a ways to go, guys. But rights cannot be decided by military victory, and a peace treaty may put an end to the current war, but not to that general warlike conditions within which pretexts can always be found for a new war. And indeed, such a war of affairs cannot be pronounced completely unjust, since it allows each party to act as judge in his own cause. Yet while natural rights allow us to say of men living in a lawless condition that they ought to abandon it, the right of nations does not allow us to say the same of states. For as states, they already have a lawful internal constitution and have thus outgrown the coercive right of others to subject them to a wider legal constitution in accordance with their conception of right. On the other hand, reason, as the highest legislative moral power, absolutely condemns war as a test of rights, and sets up peace as an immediate duty. But peace can neither be inaugurated nor secured without a general agreement between the nations. Thus, a particular kind of league, which we might call a Pacific Federation, foedus pacificum, is required. It would differ from a peace treaty, pactum pacis, in that the latter terminates one war, whereas the former would seek to end all wars for good. This federation does not aim to acquire any power like that of a state, but merely to preserve and secure the freedom of each state in itself, along with that of the other confederated states, although this does not mean that they need to submit to public laws and to a coercive power which enforces them, as do men in the state of nature. It can be shown that this idea of federalism, extending gradually to encompass all states and thus leading to perpetual peace, is practicable and has objective reality. For if by good fortune one powerful and enlightened nation can form a republic, which is by its very nature inclined to seek perpetual peace, this will provide a focal point for federal associations among other states. These will join up with the first one, thus securing the freedom of each state in accordance with the idea of international right, and the whole will gradually spread further and further by a series of alliances of this kind. It would be understandable for a people to say, "There shall be no war among us, for we will form ourselves into a state, appointing for ourselves a supreme legislator, executive and judicial powers to resolve our conflicts by peaceful means." But if the state says, "There shall be no war between myself and other states, although I do not recognize any supreme legislative power which could secure my rights and whose rights I should in turn secure," it is impossible to understand what justification I can have for placing any confidence in my rights, unless I can rely on some substitution for the union of civil society, i.e., on a free federation. If the concept of international right is to retain any meaning at all, reason must necessarily couple it with a federation of this kind. So basically, if a people is like, "We're not going to be like those other states," we're going to secure freedom here, and not infringe and not worry about what goes on out there, that is a faulty plan, because if rights are not secured all around the globe, then they are forever fragile and in question, which is basically something that the neoconservatives, like Charles Krauthammer, what's his name? Who's the guy that founded neoconservatism? It was Irving something. Irving Kristol. But the point being, that's not, that's not far off from what conservatives say. That we have to fight for human rights on a global scale, and therefore we have to meddle with the internal affairs of other countries, say, to fight for those universal human rights. The concept of international right becomes meaningless if interpreted as a right to go to war, for this would make it a right to determine what is lawful, not by means of universal valid external laws, but by means of one-sided maxims backed up by physical force. It could be taken to mean that it is perfectly just for men who adopt this attitude to destroy one another, and thus to find perpetual peace in the vast grave where all the horrors of violence and those responsible for them who would be buried. There is only one rational way in which states coexisting with other states can emerge from the lawless condition of pure warfare. It's going to be long. This process is going to take a while. I'm already struggling to read the text properly. There's only one rational way. There is only one rational way in which states coexisting with other states can emerge from the lawless condition of pure warfare. Just like individual men, they must renounce their savage and lawless freedom, adapt themselves to public coercion. Just like individual men, they must renounce their savage and lawless freedom, adapt themselves to public coercive laws, and thus form an international state, civitas gentium, which would necessarily continue to grow until it embraced all the peoples of the earth. But since this is not the will of the nations, according to their present conception of international rights, so that they reject in hypothesy what is true in thesi. The positive idea of a world republic cannot be realized. If all is not to be lost, this can at best find a negative substitute in the shape of an enduring and gradual expanding federation likely to prevent war. The latter may check the current of man's inclination to defy the law and antagonize his fellows, although there will always be a risk of it busting forth anew. Furrow impius intus freme horridus or cruento, which is a quote from Virgil and translates to wicked frenzy rages savagely with blood-stained mouth. It's from the Aeneid. And that also, there's also a footnote connected to that sentence, which reads, at the end of a war, when peace is concluded, it would not be inappropriate for the people to appoint a day of atonement after the festival of Thanksgiving. Heaven would be invoked in the name of the state to forgive the human race for the great sin of which it continues to be guilty, since it will not accommodate itself to the lawful constitution and international relations. Proud of its independence, each state prefers to employ the barbarous expedient of war. Although war cannot produce the desired decision on the rights of particular states, the thanksgiving for individual victories during a war, the hymns which are sung in the style of the Israelites to the Lord of the hosts, contrasts no less markedly with the moral conception of a father of mankind, for besides displaying indifference to the way in which nations pursue their mutual rights, deplorable though it is, they actually rejoice at having annihilated numerous human beings or their happiness. I'm sorry, that's just that's funny. Philosophy would be at a loss if its practitioners were not able to speak ironically. Although that wasn't really ironic. It was just funny because it's sad. Third definitive article of a perpetual peace. Cosmopolitan right shall be limited to conditions of universal hospitality. As in the foregoing articles, we are here concerned not with philanthropy, but with right. In this context, hospitality means the right of a stranger not to be treated with hostility when he arrives on someone else's territory. He can indeed be turned away, for this can be done without causing his death, but he must not be treated with hostility so long as he behaves in a peaceable manner in the place he happens to be in. The stranger cannot claim the right of a guest to be entertained, for this would require a special friendly agreement whereby he might become a member of the native household for a certain time. He may only claim a right of resort, for all men are entitled to present themselves in the society of others by virtue of their right to communal possession of the earth's surface. Interesting. Since the Earth is a globe, they cannot disperse over an infinite area, but must necessarily tolerate one another's company. And no one originally has any greater right than anyone else to occupy any particular portion of the Earth. The community of man is divided by uninhabitable parts of the Earth's surface, such as oceans and deserts. But even then, the ship, or the camel, the ship of the desert, make it possible for them to approach their fellows over these ownerless tracks and to utilize as a means of social intercourse the right to the Earth's surface, which the human race shares in common. The inhospitable behavior of coastal dwellers, as on the Barbary Coast, in plundering ships on the adjoining sea, or enslaving stranded seafarers, or that of inhabitants of the desert, as with the Arab Bedouins, who regard their proximity to nomadic tribes as a justification for plundering them, is contrary to natural right. But this natural right of hospitality, i.e. the right of strangers, does not extend beyond those conditions which make it possible for them to attempt to enter into relations with the native inhabitants. In this way, continents distant from each other can enter into peaceful mutual relations, which may eventually be regulated by public laws, thus bringing the human race nearer and nearer to a cosmopolitan constitution. If we compare with this ultimate end the inhospitable conduct of the civilized states of our continent, especially the commercial states, the injustice which they display in visiting foreign countries and peoples, which in their case is the same as conquering them, seems appallingly great. America, the Negro countries, the Spice Islands, the Cape, etc., were looked upon at the time of their discovery as ownerless territories, for the native inhabitants were counted as nothing. In East India, Hindustan, foreign troops were brought in under the pretext of merely setting up trading posts. This led to oppression of the natives, incitement of the various Indian states to widespread war, famine, insurrection, treachery, and the whole litany of evils which can afflict the human race. China, footnote, if we wish to give this great empire the name by which it calls itself, i.e. China, not Sina, or any similar form, we need only... oh no, this is such a long footnote. Oh god. We need only consult Georgie's Alphabetum Tibetanum, pages 651 to 654, note B in particular. According to Professor Rischer of Petersburg, it actually has no fixed name which it might apply to itself. The commonest one is still the word kin, which means gold. The Tibetans, however, call it ser, which explains why the emperor is called King of Gold, i.e. of the fairest land in the world. The word is apparently pronounced chin in the land itself, but expressed as kin by the Italian missionaries who cannot pronounce the correct guttural sound. It can also be seen that what the Romans called the land of the people of Ser was in fact China, and silk was brought from them to Europe via Greater Tibet, probably crossing Lesser Tibet, Bukhara, and Persia. This led to numerous speculations on the antiquity of this extraordinary state as compared with that of Hindustan, and on its relations with Tibet as well as with Japan. But the names Sina or China, Tschina, which neighboring countries allegedly use of it, leads nowhere. Perhaps the ancient but hitherto obscure community between Europe and Tibet can be explained from what Hesychius is recorded of the Hierophant's cry, Conx Umpax, in the Elysian Mysteries. For according to Georgi's Alphabetum Tibetanum, the word Consiona means God, and it remarkably resembles conx, while passio, which the Greeks might easily have pronounced pax, meaning promulgator legis, the divinity which pervades the whole of nature, but which Lacroix translates as benedictus, blessed, can scarcely mean anything other than beatific if applied to the deity. When P. Francisco Orazio asked the Tibetan lamas how they conceived of God, he always received the answer, God is the community of all the holy ones, i.e. the community of blessed souls, at least reunited in the deity by being reborn as lamas after numerous migrations through all kinds of bodies and thereby transforming into beings worthy of adoration. Thus, the mysterious name Conx Ampax might designate that holy, heavenly, and wise supreme being who pervades the whole world, i.e., nature personified. As used in the Greek mysteries, it may well have signified monotheism to the epopts, as distinct from the polytheism of the uninitiated mass, although it savored of atheism to P. Orazio. Our earliest consideration should help to explain how this mysterious name reached the Greeks from Tibet. Conversely, this influence makes it appear probable that Europe, at an early date, had contact with China by way of Tibet, perhaps even earlier than with India. I kind of regret deciding to read the footnotes. China and Japan, Nippon, having had experience of such guests, have widely placed restrictions on them. China permits contact with her territories, but not entrance into them, while Japan only allows contact with a single European people, the Dutch, although they are still segregated from the native community like prisoners. The worst, or from the point of view of moral judgments, the best thing about all this is that the commercial states do not even benefit by their violence, for all their trading companies are on the point of collapse. The Sugar Island, that stronghold of the cruelest and most calculated slavery, do not yield any real profit. They serve only the indirect and not entirely laudable purpose of training sailors for warships, thereby aiding the prosecution of war in Europe. And all this is the work of powers who make the endless ado about their piety, and who wish to be considered as chosen believers, while they live on the fruits of iniquity. Basically, maybe slavery isn't very Christian. I'm not going to even follow up with that statement. I'm not going down that rabbit hole tonight. Oh, I'm almost at 2 hours. The peoples of the earth have thus entered in varying degrees into a universal community, and it has developed to the point where a violation of rights in one part of the world is felt everywhere. Again, insert neoconservatism. The idea of a cosmopolitan right is therefore not fantastic or overstrained. It is a necessary complement to the unwritten code of political and international right, transforming it into a universal right of humanity. Only under this condition can we flatter ourselves that we are continually advancing towards a perpetual peace. First supplement on the guarantee of a perpetual peace. Perpetual peace is guaranteed by no less an authority than the great artist, Nature herself, Natura dalla rerum. The mechanical process of nature visibly exhibits the purposive plan of producing a concord among men, even against their will, and indeed by means of their very discord. This design, if we regard it as a compelling cause whose laws of operation are unknown to us, is called fate. But if we consider its purposive function within the world's development, whereby it appears as the underlying wisdom of a higher cause, showing the way towards the objective goal of the human race and predetermining the world's evolution, we call it providence. Footnote. In the mechanisms of nature of which man as a sensory being is a part, there's evident a fundamental form on which its very existence depends. This form becomes intelligible to us only if we attribute it to the design of a universal creator who has determined it in advance. We call this predetermining influence providence, and further define it as an original providence. Insofar as it is active from the earliest times onward, providentia conditrix semel eusit semper parent. That was a quote from Augustine, which translates as soon as he is given the command, they obey without fail. Inasmuch as it sustains the course of nature in accordance with purposive universal laws, we call it ruling providence, providentia gubernatrix. If it realizes particular ends which man could not have foreseen and whose existence can only be guessed as far as the result, it is termed guiding providence, providentia directrix. And finally, if individual events are regarded as divinely intended, we no longer speak of providence, but of a special dispensation, directio extraordinaria. But it is foolish presumption for man to claim that he can recognize this as such, since it implies that a miracle has taken place, even if the events are not specifically described as miraculous. For however pious and humble it may sound, it is absurd and self-conceited for anyone to conclude from a single event that the efficient cause is governed by a special principle, or that the event in question is an end in itself and not just the natural and mechanical consequences of another end which is completely unknown to us. Similarly, it is false and self-contradictory to classify providence in terms of worldly objects, materialiter, dividing it up into general and particular, as occurs in the doctrine that providence takes care to preserve the various species of creatures, but leaves chance to look after the individuals. For the whole point of saying that providence applies in general is that no single object should be expected from it. This classification, however, was probably meant to indicate that the intentions of providence are carried out in different ways, formaliter. These might be ordinary, e.g., the annual death and revival of nature with the changes of seasons, or extraordinary, i.e., the transporting of wood by ocean currents to Arctic coasts where it cannot grow, thus providing for the native inhabitants who could not live without it. In the latter case, while we can well explain the physio-mechanical cause of the phenomenon in question, e.g., by the fact that the riverbanks in temperate lands are covered in forests, so that the tree may fall into the rivers and be carried further afield by currents like the Gulf Stream, we must not, on the other hand, overlook teleology, which indicates the foresight of a wise agency governing nature, but the conception current in the academic world of a divine participation or collaboration, concursus, in efforts experienced in efforts experienced in the world of the senses is superfluous. For firstly, it is self-contradictory to try to harness disparates together, drive fees e unger equis, and to imply that a being who is himself the complete cause of the world's developments has to supplement his own predetermined providence during the course of world events, so that it may originally have been inadequate. For example, it is absurd to say that after God, the doctor acted as an assistant in curing the patient, causa solitaria non eunvat. God is the creator of the doctor and of all his medicaments, so that the effect must be ascribed entirely to him if we are to ascend to that supreme original cause, which is theoretically beyond our comprehension. Alternatively, it can be ascribed entirely to the doctor, insofar as we treat the events in question as belonging to the order of nature and as capable of explanation within the causal series of earthly occurrences. And secondly, if we adopt such attitudes, we are deprived of all definitive principles by which we might judge effects. But the concept of a divine concursus is completely acceptable and indeed necessary in the moral and practical sense, which refers exclusively to the transcendental world. For example, we may say that we should never cease to strive towards goodness, for we believe that God, even by means which we cannot comprehend, will make up for our own lack of righteousness so long as our attitude is sincere. It is, however, self-evident that no one should use such arguments to explain a good deed regarded as a secular event, for this would presuppose theoretical knowledge of the transcendental, which it is absurd for us to claim. Oh, good grief, Kant. His writing is just so dense. I mean, everyone knows that. And actually, honestly, this book, Kant's Political Writings, it's actually, not that dense. But it's on the not dense end of Kant's writings, all of which are dense. And he's also just extremely discursive. And he also likes to repeat himself, and yeah, I will have to take another break. I'm trying to decide because there's also a long appendix, which I could forego reading and just read the body of the text, and have you read the appendix on your own time. Well, and we'll take another short break. I've been drinking so much water, and I will be back at least for a little more. I'm afraid my voice is gonna be gone by tomorrow. I'm gonna finish this or I'm gonna be finish the stream and go to bed. I'm gonna wake up and not be happy that I did this. But like I said, I'm working on a research project. I don't want to give too much away because it's not secretive. It's just in the early stages, so I don't want to make a hullabaloo about it and then have nothing come of it, which is always possible. This is work that I, should be doing, and in fact, I'm behind on. So I suppose in the long run, it's I'm making use of my time, but I need to be better at I need to be better at self-care and probably staying up really late reading Kant on YouTube is messing with my self-care, i.e. my sleep. But, you know, live and learn. I will try to read. Where'd it go? I will definitely read up to the appendix, and then I will decide from there whether I give up on reading the entire text and go to bed like a civilized human being who cares about their mental and physical well-being, or if I throw caution to the wind and read the whole thing. So I'm just thinking. Yeah. I always say, like, I mean, I am good at talking, and like, I can talk for a really long time and fill a lot of dead air. But even I have my limits, and sometimes I find myself recording something, and I'm just like, I don't have anything to say. And of course, in a live stream, you can't really do anything about that. In a YouTube video, you can just cut out that bit and, have it flow better. But anyway, back to Kant. He was talking about providence. We cannot actually observe such an agency in the artifices of nature, nor can we even infer its existence from them. But as with all relations between the form of things and their ultimate purpose, we can and must supply it mentally in order to conceive of its possibility by analogy with human artifices. Its relationship to and conformity with the end which reason directly prescribes to us, i.e. the end of morality, can only be conceived of as an idea. Yet while this idea is indeed far-fetched in theory, it does possess dogmatic validity and has a very real foundation in practice, as with the concept of perpetual peace, which makes it our duty to promote it by using the natural mechanisms described above. But in contexts such as this, where we are concerned purely with theory and not with religion, we should also note that it is more in keeping with the limitations of human reason to speak of nature and not of providence. For reason, in dealing with cause and effect relationships, must keep within the bounds of possible experience. Modesty forbids us to speak of providence as something we can recognize, for this would mean donning the wings of Icarus and presuming to approach the mystery of its inscrutable intention. Kant's relationship with religion is weird, as if Kant as a whole wasn't weird, but I characterize his religious positions that way just because as with a lot of positions on Kant, I feel like it's it's very much like Wes Cecil, a an English professor who posts philosophy lectures, described it as, using the common phrase, Kant gives with one hand and takes away with the other. It's like, on the one hand, Kant is like defending, religion, but then on the other hand, it's like, oh, it's kind of all unknowable. As a philosopher, or as an epistemologist, I guess he's like leaving you with agnosticism, but then as like a man of affairs or a man of the world or whatever, he's like, but we must believe in God and immortality and free will and whatnot. And you're just like, that's how do you can't reconcile this tension. I guess that's what's so great and horrible about Kant. I don't think his project was successful, but it was thought-provoking. So, where were we? Before we define this guarantee more precisely, we must first examine the situation in which nature has placed the actors in her great spectacle, for it is this situation which ultimately demands the guarantee of peace. We may never inquire in what manner the guarantee is provided. Nature's provisional arrangement is as follows. Firstly, she is taking care that human beings are able to live in all the areas where they are settled. Secondly, she has driven them in all directions by means of war, so that they inhabit even the most inhospitable regions. And thirdly, she has compelled them by the same means to enter into a more or less legal relationships. It is in itself wonderful that moss can still grow in the cold wastes around the Arctic Ocean. The reindeer can scrap it out from beneath the snow, and can thus itself serve as nourishment or as a draft animal for the ostiox or samoyeds. Similarly, the sandy salt deserts contain the camel, which seems as if it had been created for traveling over them in order that they might not be left unutilized. But evidence of design in nature emerges even more clearly when we realize that the shores of the Arctic Ocean are inhabited not only by fur-bearing animals, but also by seals, walruses, and whales, whose flesh provides food and whose fat provides warmth for the native inhabitants. Nature's care arouses most admiration, however, by carrying driftwood to these treeless regions, without anyone knowing exactly where it comes from. For if they did not have this material, the natives would not be able to construct either boats or weapons or dwellings in which to live. And they have enough to do making war on the animals to be able to live in peace among themselves, but it was probably nothing but war which drove them into these regions. And the first instrument of war among all the animals which man learned to domesticate in the course of peopling the earth was the horse. For the elephant belongs to that later age of luxury which began after states had been established. The same applies to the art of cultivating certain kinds of grasses known as cereals, whose original nature is now unknown to us, and to the production and refinement of various fruits by transplanting and grafting. In Europe, perhaps only two species were involved, the crabapple and the wild pear. Such arts could arise only within established states in which landed property was secured after men had made the transition to an agricultural way of life, abandoning the lawless freedom they had enjoyed in their previous existence as hunters, um, uh, fishers, and shepherds. And there's a footnote to hunters. Of all the ways of life, that of the hunter is undoubtedly most at odds with a civilized constitution. For families having to live in separation, soon become strangers to each other, and subsequently being scattered about in wide forests, they treat each other with hostility, since each requires a large area to provide itself with food and clothing. The command addressed to Noah forbidding the eating of blood seems to have been originally nothing else but a prohibition on the hunter's way of life, for this must also involve eating uncooked meat, and if the latter is forbidden, the first is automatically ruled out too. This prohibition, often reiterated, was the condition later imposed by the Jewish Christians upon the newly accepted Christians of heathen origin, albeit with a different intention. Oh, hold on, I gotta stretch. First, I'm gonna circle something, and then I'm gonna stretch my neck. Oh. That's another thing related to self-care is, posture. Posture is important. And staring down for long periods of time, it's not good for the old neck. Not good at all. Yeah. I should probably try to hold the book up so I don't have to strain my neck so much. Salt and iron were next discovered and were perhaps the first articles of trade between nations to be demanded everywhere. In this way, nations first entered into peaceful relations with one another and thus achieved mutual understanding, community of interests, and peaceful relations, even with the most distant of their fellows. In seeing to it that men could live everywhere on earth, nature has at the same time despotically willed that they should live everywhere, even against their own inclinations, and this obligation does not rest upon any concept of duty which might bind them to fulfill it in accordance with a moral law. On the contrary, nature has chosen war as a means of attaining this end. We can observe nations which reveal the unity of their descendants by the unity of their language. This is the case with the Samoyeds on the Arctic Ocean and another people with a similar language living 200 miles away in the Altai Mountains, and other people of Mongol extraction given to horsemanship and hence to warlike pursuits, has pushed its way between them, thus driving the one part of the tribe far away from the other into the most inhospitable Arctic regions, where it would certainly not have gone by its own inclination. Footnote. The following question might be raised. If nature intended that these frozen shores should not remain uninhabited, what would happen to these inhabitants if nature, as indeed may well happen, ceases to provide them with driftwood? For we may well believe that the natives of temperate zones, as their culture progresses, will make better use of the wood which grows on the banks of their rivers, and will not allow it to fall into them and be swept out to sea. I should reply to those who live on the Ob, the Yenisei, the Lena, etc., will supply them with it commercially, bartering it for the animal products in which the Arctic coasts are so plentiful, but only after nature has compelled them to live in peace with one another. In the same way, the Finns in the northmost region of Europe, where they are known as Lapps, are now far separated from the Hungarians, to whom they are linguistically related by Gothic and Sarmatian peoples who have pushed their way in between them. And what else but war nature's means of peopling the whole earth can have driven the Eskimos so far north, for they are quite distant. Therefore, they are quite distinct from all other American races and are perhaps descended from European adventurers of ancient times. The Peshere have been driven south into Tierra del Fuego in the same manner. War itself, however, does not require any particular kind of motivation, for it seems to be ingrained in human nature and even to be regarded as something noble, to which man is inspired by his love of honor without selfish motives. Thus, warlike courage with the American savage, as with their European counterparts in medieval times, is held to be of great and immediate value, and not just in times of war, as might be expected, but also in order that there may be war. Thus, wars are often started merely to display this quality, so that war itself is invested with an inherent dignity. For even philosophers have eulogized it as a kind of ennobling influence on men, forgetting the Greek saying that war is bad and that it produces more evil people than it destroys. So much then for what nature does to further her own end with respect to the human race as an animal species. We now come to the essential question regarding the prospects of perpetual peace. What does nature do in relations to the ends which man's own reason prescribes to him as a duty? I.e., how does nature help to promote his moral purpose? And how does nature guarantee that what men ought to do by the laws of his freedom but does not do, will in fact be done through nature's compulsion, without prejudice to the free agency of man? This question arises, moreover, in all three areas of public right: in political, international, and cosmopolitan right. For if I say that nature wills that this or that should happen, this does not mean that nature imposes on us a duty to do that, for duties can only be imposed by practical reason, acting without an external constraint. On the contrary, nature does it herself, whether we are willing or not. Fata valentum ducant nolentum trahant, which is Latin for not sure. Oh, hold on. That's not right. Dang. I was hoping I would find. I thought the footnote was leading me to another footnote, but that doesn't make sense, so I think I misunderstand. Oh, I found it. Kant's quotation is in incorrect word order. It should run ducant valentum fata nolentum trahant, which is from Seneca's Epistles and reads, "The fates lead him who is willing, but drag him who is unwilling." So, in accordance with Kant's idea that we can't bring about or that providence isn't. It's not our duty to follow providence. Providence will just happen on its own. One, even if people were not compelled by internal dissent to submit to the coercion of public laws, war would produce the same effect from outside. For in accordance with the natural arrangement described above, each person would find itself confronted by another neighboring people, pressing in upon it, thus forcing it to form itself internally into a state in order to encounter the other as an armed power. Now, the Republican Constitution is the only one which does complete justice to the rights of man, but it is also the most difficult to establish, and even more so to preserve, so that many maintain that it would only be possible within a state of angels, since men with their self-seeking inclination would be incapable of adhering to a constitution of so sublime a nature, which is also what people say about democracy. Like other direct democracy, the other form of democracy. Democracy as Kant understands it. But in fact, nature comes to the aid of the universal and rational human will, so admirable in itself, but so impotent in practice, and makes use of precisely those self-seeking inclinations in order to do so. It only remains for men to create a good organization for the state, a task which is well within their capacity, and to arrange it in such a way that their self-seeking energies are opposed to one another, each thereby neutralizing or eliminating the destructive effects of the rest. And as far as reason is concerned, the result is the same as if man's selfish tendencies were non-existent, so that man, even if he is not morally good in himself, is nevertheless compelled to be a good citizen. As hard as it may sound, the problem of setting up a state can be solved even by a nation of devils, so long as they possess understanding. Which is an intriguing thought. I was re-listening to an old podcast by Sam Harris, which he was talking about the claims of election fraud that former President Donald Trump made. Sam was basically lauding the American government, or the American Constitution as, or the goal of the Constitution. Let me rephrase that. He was saying that we need laws to that allow or we need laws which, if a psychopath becomes president, would not that would not be like the end. That wouldn't be a worst case scenario situation. It would be tolerant. I mean, it would be terrible, but it would be tolerable. Like the system would hold. Which is basically what Kant's saying here. It may be stated as follows: in order to organize a group of rational beings who together require universal laws for their survival, but of whom each separate individual is secretly inclined to exempt himself from them, the Constitution must be so designed that although the citizens are opposed to one another in their private attitudes, these opposing views may inhabit one another in such a way that the public conduct of the citizens will be the same as if they did not have such evil attitudes. A problem of this kind must be solvable, for such a task does not involve the moral improvement of man. It only means finding out how much mechanism it only means finding out how the mechanism of nature can be applied to men in such a manner that the antagonism of their hostile attitudes will make them compel one another to submit to coercive laws, thereby producing a condition of peace within which the laws can be enforced. We can even set this principle at work. We can even see this principle at work among the actual existing, although as yet very imperfectly organized, states. For in their external relations, they have already approached what the idea of right prescribes, although the reason for this is certainly not their internal moral attitudes. In the same way, we cannot expect their moral attitudes to produce a good political constitution. On the contrary, it is only through the latter that the people can be expected to attain a good level of moral culture. I do think Kant is kind of getting at something else I've thought about here, which is which is that society is artificial, but it functions remarkably well. Society is artificial insofar as we did not evolve in this environment, in these environments, and so we have greatly exceeded. We've greatly abandoned that which our primitive minds understand. But at the same time, society seems to be it can be very stable, at least, for a good long period of time. Not every society. Everything fails, like everything ends. Nothing can last forever. Societies fail, are created, rise, fall, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It's like traffic laws. I think that's like a great example of like how society is artificial and yet, perfectly functioning. Not perfectly functioning, but it functioning to an extraordinary degree because, again, traffic laws totally, a human construct. But and and driving is something many Americans do. Most Americans do on a daily basis, and it's actually a very dangerous thing to do. But we do it regularly, and most of us don't die from getting in the car, and so people are able to and willing to follow those rules to enough of a degree to where it's not a death sentence to drive, a big hunk of metal 60 miles an hour down the interstate. And it's amazing. It's amazing. It does it attests to our pro-social nature. Like I think when one says our society is artificial, it's easy. It could be easy to follow that up with the idea that man is somehow antisocial in like the Hobbesian sense, that life in the state of nature is poor, solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. It might have been poor, nasty, brutish, and short, but it was by no means solitary. We've always been pack animals. And so it's a narrow but deep distinction that I'm trying to make. But thus, the mechanism of nature by which selfish inclinations are naturally opposed to one another and their external relations can be used by reasons to facilitate the attainment of its own ends, if its own end, the reign of establishing right. Internal and external peace are therefore furthered and assured as far as it lies within the power of the state itself to do so. We may therefore say that nature irresistibly wills the right that right should eventually gain the upper hand. What men have neglected to do will ultimately happen of its own accord, albeit with much inconvenience. As Butterweck put it, if the reed is bent too far, it breaks, and he who wants too much gets nothing. 2. The idea of international right presupposes the separate existence of many independent adjoining states, and such a state of affairs is essentially a state of war, unless there is a federal union to prevent hostilities breaking out. But in the light of the idea of reason, the state is still to be preferred to an amalgamation of the separate nations under a single power, which has overruled the rest and created a universal monarchy. Hold on. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. Sometimes with an author like Kant, you got to reread a sentence 2 or 3 times before you understand it. For the laws progressively lose their impact as the government increases its range, and a soulless despotism, after crushing the germs of goodness, will finally lapse into anarchy. It is nonetheless the desire of every state or its ruler to achieve lasting peace by thus dominating the whole world, if at all possible, but nature wills it otherwise and uses 2 means to separate the nations and prevent them from intermingling linguistic and religious differences. And there's a footnote. Oh, there's a footnote to the word religious. Religious differences, an odd expression, as if we were to speak of different moralities. There may certainly be different historical confessions, although these have nothing to do with religion itself, but only with changes in the means used to further religion, and are thus the province of historical research. And there may be just as many different religious books, the Zend, Avesta, the Vedas, the Quran, etc. But there can only be one religion which is valid for all men and at all times. Thus, the different confessions can scarcely be more than the vehicles of religion. These are fortuitous and may vary with differences in time and place. I still think doing a deep dive in Kant's religious views would definitely be worth the trouble. These may certainly occasion mutual hatred and provide pretexts for war, but as cultures grow and men gradually move towards a greater agreement over their principles, they lead mutual understanding and peace. And unlike that universal despotism which saps all man's energy and ends in the graveyard of freedom, this peace is created and guaranteed by an equilibrium equilibrium of forces, and a most vigorous rivalry. 3. Thus, nature wisely separates the nations, although the will of each individual state, even basing its arguments on international right, would gladly unite them under its own sway by force or by cunning. On the other hand, nature also unites nations, which the concept of cosmopolitan right would not have protected from violence and war, and does so by means of their mutual self-interest. For the spirit of commerce, sooner or later takes hold of every people, and it cannot exist side by side with war. And all the powers or means at the disposal of the power of the state, financial power, can probably be relied on most. Thus, states find themselves compelled to promote the noble cause of peace, though not exactly from motives of morality. And wherever in the world there is a threat of war breaking out, they will try to prevent it by mediation, just as if they had entered into a permanent league for this purpose. For by the very nature of things, large military alliances can only rarely be formed, and will even more rarely be successful. In this way, nature guarantees perpetual peace by the actual mechanism of human inclinations. Another big Enlightenment idea emphasizing the mechanism. And while the likelihood of its being attained is not sufficient to enable us to prophesy the future theoretically, it is enough for practical purposes. It makes it our duty to work our way towards this goal, which is more than an empty chimera. Second supplement, a secret article of a perpetual peace. In transactions involving public right, a secret article regarding objectivity, regarded objectively or in terms of its contents, is a contradiction. But in subjective terms, i.e. in relation to the sort of person who dictates it, an article may well contain a secret element, for the person concerned may consider it prejudicial to his own dignity to name himself publicly as its originator. The only article of this kind is embodied in the following sentence. The maxims of the philosophers on the condition under which public peace is possible shall be consulted by states which are armed for war. Although it may seem humiliating for the legislative authority of a state to which we must naturally attribute the highest degree of wisdom to seek instruction from subjects, the philosophers, regarding the principles on which it should act in its relation with other states, it is nonetheless extremely advisable that it should do so. The state will therefore invite their help silently, making a secret of it. In other words, it will allow them to speak freely and publicly on the universal maxims of welfare and peacemaking, and they will indeed do so on their own accord if no one forbids their discussion. That is quite the concept. And no special formal arrangement among the states is necessary to enable them to agree on this issue, for the agreement already lies in the obligation imposed by universal human reason in its capacity as a moral legislator. This does not, however, imply that the state must give the principles of the philosopher procedure over the pronouncements of the jurist, who represents the power of the state, but only that the philosopher should be given a hearing. A distinction I would expect from Kant, who is pretty clear that the law is supreme. The jurist who is taken as his symbol the scales of right and the sword of justice usually uses the latter, not merely to keep any extraneous influences away from the former, but will throw the sword into one of the scales if it refuses to sink. Unless the jurist is at the same time a philosopher, at any rate in moral matters, he is under the greatest temptation. He is under the greatest temptation to do so, for his business is merely to apply existing laws and not to inquire whether they are in need of improvement, which is definitely true. He acts as if this truly low rank of his faculty were in fact one of the higher ones, for the simple reason that it is accompanied by power, as is also the case with two of the other faculties. But the philosophical faculty accompanies a very low position in the combined in face of the combined power of the others. Thus, we are told, for instance, that philosophy is the handmaiden of theology, and something similar in relation to the others. But it is far from clear whether this handmaid bears the torch before her gracious lady, or carries the train behind. It is not to be expected that kings will philosophize, or that philosophers will become kings. Nor is it to be desired, however, since the possession of power inevitably corrupts the free judgment of reason. Kings or sovereign peoples, i.e., those governing themselves by egalitarian laws, should not, however, force the class of philosophers to disappear or to remain silent, but should allow them to speak publicly. This is essential to both in order that light may be thrown on their affairs. And since the class of philosophers is by nature incapable of forming seditious factions or clubs, they cannot incur suspicion or disseminating propaganda. And with that, I think we have reached the appendix. I'm going to underline this because it will probably be helpful for my research, but how long is the appendix? Yeah, I'm tempted to finish it off, but that's probably going to take me another hour or more. So I think I will leave it off, or I will leave off there. Maybe I will read the rest at some point. Maybe I won't. I'm not sure. This is my first time just reading a text out loud on recording, or on my YouTube channel anyway. Maybe it's something I'll do more often. Who knows? But that gives you a good idea of Kant's the arguments Kant's making in this piece. I assume in the appendix he just goes into even more detail. It seems to be the connection between politics and morality. In and of itself, an interesting topic. The only thing I guess, maybe I'll say one more thing, and then I'll close up shop for the night, and go to bed like a reasonable. Go to bed at an okay hour. I probably should have gone to bed earlier, but if I get off pretty soon, that's not horrible. But as I've been studying more Kant, I've further made sense of what I thought was a contradiction. And to be fair, it is a difficult bit of his philosophy. What I'm referring to is he was a fervent supporter of the French Revolution. In fact, I was reading in a biography about him that he would tell people that he knew disapproved of the French Revolution that they should avoid the topic, because apparently he was just so pro-French Revolution that he couldn't bear to even talk to people who disagreed with him on the matter. But at the same time, and I didn't read about it in today's stream because he doesn't talk about it, but he says in I think this one is in fact in Theory and Practice. The last quote I thought was in Theory and Practice was not in Theory and Practice. He says, if I may find it, it's regarding rebellion. Yeah, I think this is it. It thus follows that all resistance against the supreme legislative power, all incitement of the subject to violent expressions of discontent, all defiance which breaks out into rebellion, is the greatest and most punishable crime in a commonwealth, for it destroys its very foundation. This prohibition is absolute, and even if the power of the state or its agent, the head of the state, has violated the original contract by authorizing the government to act tyrannically, and has thereby, in the eyes of the subject, forfeited the right to legislate, the subject is still not entitled to offer counter-resistance. The reason for this is that the people, under an existing civil constitution, has no longer any right to judge how the constitution should be administered. For if we suppose that it does have this power, or does have this right to judge, and that it disagrees with the judgment of the actual head of state, who is to decide which side is right? Neither can act as judge of his own cause. There would have to be another head above the head of state to mediate between the latter and the people, which is self-contradictory. Nor can a right of necessity, ius in casus necessitatis, be invoked here as a means of removing the barrier which restricts the power of the people. For it is monstrous to suppose that we can have a right to do wrong in the direst physical distress. So I was reminded, it was a couple pages ago. He talks about, well, I mean, his whole piece here, in Perpetual piece about providence and about assuming that man is being morally perfected. That is the key to understanding why Kant is completely anti rebellion, but he was pro French Revolution. Again, it doesn't specify that in the essay, but the French Revolution would just be. No, I think he does say somewhere. Well, it doesn't matter. The French Revolution is a one experiment among the many experiments that man is conducting in the grand pursuit towards moral perfection. So it's not so much that it's not even that the revolution itself. I'd have to read more maybe about Kant's specific opinions about that, but perhaps like we could argue that it's not so much the revolution itself as what the revolution represents, which is the call to human betterment. That that is what Kant liked about it so much. All very interesting thoughts. As I'm talking, I'm kind of tempted to finish this off, but well, yeah, I'm kind of interested actually. I'm invested now. I'm going to take another short break and then actually, even though I've said multiple times, I think I'm going to close. I think I'm going to try to finish this off. Yeah, I have to see where it goes all the way to the end now. I'm like engrossed in a novel. I'll be right back. I am back, and as Rousseau said of himself, and I am going to say this about me, I am appealing rather to my sentiments than to my interests. It is in my interest to go to bed. But I've decided on a whim. I decided on a whim to do this stream in the first place, and now I'm deciding on a whim to keep on reading. Because it's gotten interesting, I gotta know who killed the butler. So, but I also don't want to be up all night, so I'll try to be conscious of my time. Appendix 1. On the disagreement between morals and politics in relation to perpetual peace. Morality as a collection of absolutely binding laws by which our actions ought to be governed belongs essentially in an objective sense to the practical sphere. And if we have once acknowledged the authority of this concept of duty, it is patently absurd to say that we cannot act as the moral laws require. For if this were the case, the concept of duty would automatically be dropped from morals, ultra passe nema obligatur. Hence, there can be no conflict between politics as an applied branch of right and morality as a theoretical branch of right. Okay. So politics is not everyone would agree with that. Some people are more Machiavellian about it and view politics simply as a power struggle. Again, Nietzsche's will to power comes to mind. Hence, there could be no conflict between politics as an applied branch of right and morality as a theoretical branch of right, i.e., between theory and practice. For such a conflict could occur only if morality were taken to mean a general doctrine of expediency, i.e., a theory of the maxims by which one might select the most useful means of furthering one's own advantage, and this would be tantamount to denying that morality exists. If politics were to say, be ye therefore wise as serpents, morality might add, by way of qualification, and harmless as doves. If these two precepts cannot exist together within a single commandment, then there is indeed a disagreement between politics and morality. But if the two are to be united, it is absurd to suppose that they are in opposition, and the question of how such a conflict could be resolved cannot even be posed as a mental exercise. It is true, alas, that the saying honesty is the best policy embodies a theory which is frequently contradicted by practice. Yet the equally theoretical proposition honesty is better than any policy infinitely transcends all objections, and it is indeed an indispensable condition of any policy whatsoever. The god of morality does not yield to Jupiter, the custodian of violence, for even Jupiter is still subject to fate. In short, reason is not sufficiently enlightened to discover the whole series of predetermining causes which would allow it to predict accurately the happy or unhappy consequences of human activities. As dictated by the mechanisms of nature, it can only hope that the results will meet with its wishes. But reason at all times shows us clearly enough what we have to do in order to remain in the paths of duty as the rules of wisdom require, and thus show us the way towards our ultimate goal. But the man of practice, to whom morality is pure theory, coldly repudiates our well-intentioned hopes even if he does concede that we can do that we can do what we ought to do. Yeah, he bases his arguments on the claim that we can tell in advance from human nature that man will never want to do what is necessary in order to attain the goal of eternal peace. It is perfectly true that the will of all individual men to live in accordance with principles of freedom within a lawful constitution, i.e., the distributive unity of the will at all, is not sufficient for this purpose. Before so difficult a problem can be solved, all men together, i.e., the collective unity of the combined will, must desire to attain this goal. Only then can civil society exist as a single whole. Since an additional unifying cause must therefore overrule the differences in the particular wishes of all individuals before a common will can arise, and since no single individual can create it, the only conceivable way of executing the original idea in practice, and hence of all inaugurating a state of right, is by force. On its coercive authority, public right will subsequently be based. I think I'm. No, never mind. It's hard for me to do a stream and to think about a passage and to underline but oh well. But when we talk about politics, we always come back to coercion. It is an unavoidable concept. Not necessarily a comforting concept or a concept people like to think about, particularly Americans who are drunk with freedom or drunk with the idea of freedom. That is, but all political organizations are based on coercion, so it's an important thing to consider. And I would go so far as to say that coercion is probably inescapable. I don't know if you could have a human collective that wasn't based on coercion to some degree or another. But that doesn't contradict the pro-social. That doesn't contradict what I said earlier about man being fundamentally pro-social and working well together. It only means that, like, I might have to think more about that, about the connection between the two. Because I would almost want to say that, like, the coercion comes into the creation of the society. And then once it's created and people are sort of trained properly, then it functions more. Then people are more willing. But also, I guess the coercion has to continue insofar as the institutions, hierarchies, and power structures need to maintain themselves across time. And sometimes that, and maintaining it requires, I guess, the threat of coercion at the very least. And I don't know. I'm not gonna wed myself to a particular argument. I'm more thinking out loud here. I totally lost where I was. Yes. We can certainly expect in advance that there will be considerable deviation in actual experience from the original theoretical idea, for we cannot assume that the moral attitude of the legislator will be such that after the disorderly mass has been united into a people, he will leave them to create a lawful constitution by their own common will. It might thus be said that once a person has the power in his own hands, he will not let the people prescribe laws for him. Similarly, a state which is self-governing and free from all external laws will not let itself become dependent on the judgment of other states in seeking to uphold its right against them. And even a whole continent, if it feels itself in a superior position to another one, will not hesitate to plunder it or actually to extend its rule over it, irrespective of whether the other is in its way or not. In this way, all the plans which theory lays for political, international, and cosmopolitan right dissolve into empty and impractical ideals, but a practice which is based on empirical principles of human nature and which does not consider it beneath its dignity to shape its maxims according to the way of the world, can alone hope to find a solid foundation for its systems of political opportunism. In this way, all the plans are. If of course there is neither freedom nor any moral law based on freedom, but only a state in which everything that happens or can happen simply obeys the mechanical workings of nature, politics would mean the art of utilizing nature for the government of men, and this would constitute the whole of practical wisdom. The concept of right would then be only an empty idea. But if we consider it absolutely necessary to couple the concept of right with politics, or even to make it a limiting condition of politics, it must be conceded that the two are compatible. And I can indeed imagine a moral politician, i.e., someone who conceives of the principle of political expediency in such a way that they can coexist with morality, but I cannot imagine a political moralist, i.e., one who fashions his morality to suit his advantage, to suit his own advantage as a statesman. I mean, I can totally see politicians using morality for their own personal advantage. So I feel like did I not comprehend what he wrote? I mean, we'll continue. I'm also not sure if I understood in this way all the plans which theory lays for political and international cosmopolitan right dissolve into empty and impractical ideals, but a practice which is based on empirical principles of human nature and which does not consider it beneath its dignity to shape its maxims according to the way of the world, can alone hope to find a solid foundation for its systems of. Okay. I think at first I thought that sentence was advocating for an empirical approach to like politics, but no, I think it's saying that I think he's saying that is what basically you could, I guess he's arguing, maybe I'm extrapolating, but I think like something like realpolitik is almost an empirical an empirical politics. It's saying like take the world, of sense perceptions and mold your theory of politics based on your perceptions. But a Kant, of course, is not. He believes that we should be aiming for higher a priori a higher a priori understanding of politics. So he is not taking the empirical approach. The moral politician will make it a principle that if any fault which could not have been prevented or discovered in the political constitution or in the relation between states, it is the duty, especially for the head of state, to see to it that they are corrected as soon as possible. It should be ensured that these political institutions are made to conform to natural right, which stands before us as a model in the idea of practical reason. And this should be done even if selfish interests have to be sacrificed. It would be contrary to all political expediency, which in this case agrees with morality, to destroy any of the existing bonds of political or cosmopolitan union before a better constitution has been prepared to take its place. And while it would be absurd to demand that their faults be repaired at once and by violent measure, it can still be required of the individual in power that he should be intimately aware of the maxims that changes for the better are necessary in order that the Constitution may constantly approach the optimum end prescribed by laws of right. A state may well govern itself in a republican way, even if its existing constitution provides for a despotic ruling power, and it will gradually come to the stage where the people can be influenced by the mere idea of the law's authority, just as it were backed up by physical force, so that they will be able to create for themselves a legislation ultimately founded on right. If, however, the more lawful constitution were attained by unlawful means, i.e., by a violent revolution, resulting from a previously bad constitution, it would then no longer be permissible to lead the people back to the original state. Even though permission to lead the people back to the original one, even though everyone who has interfered with the old constitution by violence or conspiracy would rightly have been subject to the penalties of rebellion during the revolution itself. So yeah, Kant. Oh, my neck is really killing me. Oh. That really shows like Kant's view of how sacred the law is. The law is so sacred, if I'm understanding him. The law is so sacred that existing law needs to be respected because it is a deviation from the larger moral law, or the larger, universal cosmopolitan law, which is thereby a deviation of the moral law. I don't think most people have such a view of the law, but most people aren't Kantians. Kant has a very brutal, I would even say bleak philosophy. Truly the philosophy of someone who is looking for a code of conduct to follow and then demonstrating why that code of conduct is absolute and necessary. But as between states, no state can be required to relinquish its constitution, even if the latter is despotic and hence stronger in relations to external enemies, so long as the state is in danger of being engulfed at any moment by other states. Hence, while plans must be made for political improvement, it must be permissible to delay their execution until a better opportunity arises. Footnote. These are permissive laws of reason which allow a state of public right to continue even if it is affected by injustice, until all is ripe for a complete revolution or has been prepared for it by peaceful means. For any legal constitution, even if it is only in a small measure lawful, is better than none at all. And the fate of a premature reform would be anarchy. Thus, political prudence with things as they are present will make it a duty to carry out reforms appropriate to the ideal of public right. But where revolutions are brought about by nature alone, it will not use them as a good excuse for even greater oppression, but will treat them as a call to nature to create a lawful constitution based on the principles of freedom. For a thorough reform of this kind is the only one which will last. No, that's interesting. I wonder if that's how Kant would define the French Revolution. A revolution based on the principles of freedom, guided by providence. I really need to. I don't know if he wrote explicitly on the topic. Maybe in his letters. It may well be the case that despotic moralists, i.e., those who err in practice, frequently act contrary to political prudence by adopting or recommending premature measures. Yet experience must gradually bring them out of their opposition to nature and make them adopt better ways. But moralizing politicians, for what they are worth, try to cover up political principles which are contrary to right, under the pretext that human nature is incapable of attaining the good which reason prescribes as an idea. They thereby make progress impossible and internalize the violation of right. Okay, so basically, again, it's like the difference between the the differences is making between a moral politician, the moral politician and the practical, the political moralist is that the moral politician can find a way to harmonize theory and practice, or at least can recognize when his theory might be too outlandish and too contrary to experience, whereas the political moralist is somebody who is so trapped in their own experience that they are they think any, I guess, call to morality or higher ideals is impossible, and thereby is halting man's moral progress. Although I don't know if that might not be fair, because I think I'm under the impression the progress is happening without us or despite us, but I guess in practical terms, he could say, Kant could say progress is being limited, even if ultimately progress is continuing. Instead of applying the correct practice they boast of, these worldly wise politicians resort to despicable tricks, for they are only out to exploit the people, and if possible, the whole world, by influencing the current ruling power in such a way as to ensure their own private advantage. Oh wow, I've never thought that about my elected leaders before. That is a novel idea that has never crossed my mind once in my entire 22 years of existing. They are just like lawyers, i.e., those for whom law is a profession, not a matter of legislation, who have found their way into politics. There's that distinction between legal theory or legal philosophy and legal practice. For since it is not their business to argue over legislation itself, but to fulfill the present instructions of the law of the land, they will always regard the existing legal constitution, or if this is altered by a higher authority, the subsequent one, as the best, because everything in it will follow a proper mechanical order. But this skill in being all things to all men may give them the illusion that they can also pass judgment in accordance with concepts of right, i.e., a priori, not empirically, on the principle of any political constitution whatsoever. Yep. And they may even boast that they know men, which is certainly to be expected, since they have to do with so many of them. Although they do not know man and his potentialities, for this requires a higher anthropomorphic vantage point. Four hours, good grief. Six pages left. I can do it. Armed with concepts such as these, they proceed to take up political and international laws prescribed by reason. But they cannot take this step except in a spirit of chicanery. I love that word. For they will follow their usual procedure of applying despotically formulated coercive laws in a mechanical manner, even in a sphere where the concepts of reason only allow for lawful coercion, in keeping with the principles of freedom, which alone makes possible a rightful, established political constitution. The supposed practitioner believes he can solve this problem empirically, ignoring the idea of reason and drawing on experience of how the largely unlawful constitutions which have hitherto survived best were organized. Um, hmm. And the maxim which he employs for this purpose. Hold on, I want to write myself a note. Actually, I think I found myself in conversation on politics to emphasize the empirical. Because I have worried that a priori judgments of politics can be absurd and can miss the point or miss some fundamental truths about the world. So there have often been, I've had conversations where people are sort of appealing to an a priori truth or a priori intuition that they then apply to politics, and I think is entirely worthless because it is a priori or abstract and not it is theoretical, not empirical. I think an example, I've probably used this before in a video. The example of is the state justified? I have kind of sidestepped that question and been like, well, it doesn't really matter because states are so prevalent. So, and it's irrelevant and it doesn't really matter because its practitioners are never concerned with justice. They're concerned with power. But as Kant says, I mean, people are appealing to morality all the time. I mean, you could argue that is an extension of the will to power and also a form of rhetoric, a way to persuade, a post hoc rationalization for some more baser desire or for some more simpler, material desire or instinctual desire. But I don't know. Maybe the empirical approach to politics is the wrong approach. And the maxims which he employs for this purpose, although he does not make them public, can roughly be expressed in the following sophistries. Fas a excusa sees any favorable opportunity of arbitrarily expropriating a right which the state enjoys over its own or over a neighboring people. The justification can be presented far more easily and elegantly, and the use of violence can be glossed over far more readily after the fact that if one were to think out convincing reasons in advance and then wait for counter-arguments to be offered. This is particularly true for the first case, where the highest power in the state is also the legislative authority, which must be obeyed without argument. Such audacity itself gives a certain appearance of inner conviction that the deed is right and just, and the good of success, bonus eventus, will then be the best of advocates. To see facitis or faciti nega. If you have, oh, I haven't. Hold on. Let me go to notes for a second. Fas e excusa is Latin for act first and justify your actions later. And then si fecisti nega is if you are the perpetuator, deny it. Or are the perpetrator, deny it. If you have committed a crime, for instance, in order to lead your people to desperation and thence to rebellion, deny that the guilt is yours. Maintain instead that it arose from the intransigence of the subjects. And if you have seized control of a neighboring people, say that the very nature of man is responsible. For if he does not anticipate others in resorting to violence, he may count on it that they will anticipate and overpower him. 3. Divida et impera, which means divide and rule. That is, if there are certain privileges, if there are certain privileged persons among the peoples who have chosen you for their ruler merely as primus inter pares, the chief among his peers, make sure to disunite them among themselves and set them at odds with the people. Rulers are great at doing that. And if you back up the people with false promises of greater freedom, everything will be dependent on your absolute will. Or if you are dealing with foreign states, to stir up discord among them is a fairly certain method of subjugating them one by one, while merely appearing to lend them support to the weaker. The U.S. is good at doing that. No one, it must be confessed, will be taken in by these political maxims, for they are all generally known, and it is not the case that men are ashamed of them as if their injustice were all too obviously visible, for great powers are never embarrassed about how the common mass might judge them, but only about one another's opinions. Sort of like how Chomsky says that you should read the business press, because the business press never lies, because those in businessmen and elites need to know what is truly going on in the world, so they make smart financial decisions and influence politicians in the right way, and then leave the rest of the press to spread lies and manufacture consent, and you give certain people a censored version or a specific version of the facts to get them to behave in a certain way. And as for the principles listed above, the powers will feel no shame if they become publicly known, but only if they fail to succeed, for they are all agreed on the moral status of the maxims. They are left with political honor, on which they can always rely if they enlarge their power by whatever means they care to use. Footnote. It might be doubted whether any inherent wickedness rooted in human nature influences men who live together within a single state. For one might instead, with some plausibility, adduce the deficiencies of their as yet underdeveloped culture, i.e. their barbarism, as the cause of the unlawful elements in their thinking. But in the external relationship between states, the wickedness is quite undistinguishably and irrefutably apparent. Within each individual state, it is concealed by the coercion embodied in the civil laws, for the citizens' inclinations to do violence to one another is counteracted by the most powerful force, that of the government. This not only gives the whole a veneer of morality, causa non causa, but by putting an end to outbreaks of lawless proclivities, it merely makes it much easier for the moral capacities of men to develop into immediate respect for right. For each individual believes himself that he would by no means maintain the sanctity of the concept of right and obey it faithfully, if only he can be certain that all the others would do likewise, and the government in part guarantees this for him. Thus, a great step is taken towards morality, although this is still not the same as a moral step, towards a state where the concept of duty is recognized for its own sake, irrespective of any possible gain in return. But since each individual, despite his good opinion of himself, assumes a bad faith in everyone else, men thereby pass judgment on one another to the effect that they are all in point of fact of little worth. Although it is a moot point why this should be so, since we cannot blame it on the nature of men as a free being. Since, however, that respect for the concept of right which man is absolutely incapable of renouncing gives the most solemn sanctity to the theory that man is also capable of conforming to this concept, everyone can see that he must himself act in accordance with it, no matter how others may behave. From all these twists and turns of an immortal and opportunistic doctrine of how to create peace among men out of the warlike state of nature, this much at least is clear. Men can as little escape the concept of right in their private relations as in their public ones, and they will not openly dare to base their politics on opportunistic machinations alone, and thus to refuse altogether to obey any concept of public right, which is particularly remarkable in the case of international right. Instead, they pay such concepts all the honor they deserve, even though they may also devise 100 excuses and subterfuges to get out of observing them in practice, and to pretend that brute force and cunning can possess that authority, which is the source and unifying bond of all right. In order to end, so this is basically man's moral faculty. In order to end this sophistry, if not the actual injustice which it covers over, and to make the false representation of those who wield power on earth confess that they are advocating might instead of right, adopting, as they do, the tone of persons entitled to give orders, it will be well to discover the ultimate principle from which the end of perpetual peace is derived, and thus to destroy the illusions with which men deceive themselves and others. It must likewise be demonstrated that all the evils which stand in the way of perpetual peace result from the fact that the political moralist starts out from the very point at which the moral politician rightly stops. He thus makes his principles subordinate to his end, i.e., puts the cart before the horse, thereby defeating his own purpose of reconciling politics with morality. To ensure that practical philosophy is at one point with itself, is it it is first necessary to resolve the question of whether in problems of practical reason we should begin with its material principles, i.e. with its end as an object of the will, or with its formal principle, i.e. the principle which rests on man's freedom in his external relations, and which states act in such a way that you can wish your maxim to be universal law, irrespective of what the end in view may be. So Kant is appealing to his famous categorical imperative, the moral law that binds all of us insofar as we are free, rational agents, and that any behavior deviating from the moral law is a repudiation of our own nature. The latter principle must undoubtedly take precedent, for as a principle of right, it has absolute necessity, whereas the former is necessary only if the empirical conditions which permit the proposed end to be realized can be assumed to exist. And if this end were also a duty, as with the end of perpetual peace, it would itself have to be deduced from the formal principles of maxims governing external actions. Now the former, i.e. material principle, is that of the political moralist, and it treats the problem of political, international, and cosmopolitan right as mere technical tasks, but the latter, i.e. former principle, is that of the moral politician, for whom it is a moral task totally different in its extension from technical problems to bring about perpetual peace, which is desirable not just as a physical good, but also as a state of affairs which must arise out of recognizing one's duty. For the solution of the first problem, that of political expediency, much knowledge of nature is required so that one can use its mechanisms to promote the intended end. Nevertheless, all this is certain so far as its repercussions on perpetual peace are concerned, no matter which of the three departments of public right one considers. For it is uncertain whether the obedience and prosperity of the people can be better maintained over a long period by strict discipline, or by appeals to their vanity, by conferring supreme power upon a single individual, or upon several united leaders, or perhaps merely by ones as an aristocracy of office, or by popular internal government. History often offers examples of the opposite effect being produced by all forms of government, with the simple exception of genuine republicanism, which, however, could be the object only of a moral politician. And it is even more uncertain that in the case of an international right, supposedly based on statutes worked out by ministers, for it is in fact a mere word with nothing behind it, since it depends upon treaties which contain in the very act of their conclusion the secret reservations that they may be violated. On the other hand, the solution of the second problem, that of political wisdom, presents as it were automatically, presents itself as it were automatically. It is obvious to everyone, it defeats all artifices and leads straight to its goal, so long as we prudently remember that it cannot be realized by violent and precipitate ends, but must be steadily approached as favorable opportunities present themselves. Four more pages. Ugh. I feel like I'm running a mile or a marathon or something, and I'm like nearing the finish line, but I'm not quite there, and I'm like about wanting to give up, but you know, I also want to finish desperately. I'm going to read like another page and a half, and then I'm taking another brief break, and then I will wrap up for the evening for sure. This time, I will not convince myself to read anymore. But I mean, then we'll be at the end of the essay, and I only agreed to read that essay on this live stream. I didn't agree to read anything else. We may therefore offer the following advice. Seek ye the kingdom of pure practical reason and its righteousness, and your object, the blessing of perpetual peace, will be added on to you. For morality, with regards to its principles of public right, hence in relation to a political code which can be known a priori, has the peculiar feature that the less it makes its conduct depend upon the end it depend upon the end it envisages. Oh my goodness. Envisages. That's not how that word's pronounced. Envisages. Whether this be a physical or moral advantage, the more it will in general harmonize with its end. With this end. Yeah. My ability to read out loud is breaking down after 4 hours and 40 seconds. Envisages. That's a word. But this union of the will of all, if only it is put into practice in a consistent way, can also, within the mechanisms of nature, be the cause which leads to the intended result and gives effect to the concept of right. For example, it is a principle of moral politics that a people should combine to form a state in accordance with freedom and equality as its sole concepts of right, and this principle is based not on expediency but on duty. Political moralists, on the other hand, do not deserve a hearing, however much they argue about the natural mechanisms of a mass of people who enter into a society, or who claim that this mechanism would invalidate the above principles and frustrate their fulfillment, or try to prove their assertions by citing examples of badly organized constitutions of ancient and modern times. E.g., of democracies without a system of representation. Such theories are particularly damaging because they may themselves produce the very evil they predict. For they put man into the same class as other living machines, which only need to realize consciously that they are not free beings for them to become, in their own eyes, the most wretched of all earthly creatures. Wait, so which one need to realize consciously? Which only need to... Sorry. For they put man into the same class as other living machines, which only need to realize consciously that they are not free beings. Oh, yeah. Okay. Basically distinguishing, man is a free being, unlike, I don't know, an aardvark. I always go to, when I think of an animal, I have an aardvark stuck in my mind for some reason. So when I think about non-human animals, I always appeal to aardvarks for some reason. But you could appeal to wolves, bees, Komodo dragons. There's a lot of creatures. There's a lot of animals you could appeal to. The proverbial saying, "Fia iustitia peria mundus," which is translated as "Let justice prevail, even if the world perishes." What a cheery thought. It reminds me of a Savitri Devi quote. If you don't know who that is, she was a sort of a mystic, 20th century mystic. Well, I don't know if occultist, maybe not mystic, occultist. She was a Nazi sympathizer. She was a French-born Greek woman who ended up converting to Hinduism. She was also, a big supporter of Adolf Hitler. She thought that Hitler was the reincarnation of the Hindu god Vishnu. But she said something to the effect of, like, if my comrades cannot win, then let 1,000 atomic bombs drop upon the earth, and then useless talk of peace and love will be replaced by the howling wind, basically. So yeah, the proverbial saying, "Let justice prevail, even if the world perish," or as Kant puts it, i.e., "Let justice reign, even if all the rogues in the world must perish," may sound somewhat inflated, but it is nonetheless true. It is a sound principle of right, which blocks up all the devious paths followed by cunning or violence. But it must not be misunderstood or taken, for example, as a permit to apply one's own right with the utmost rigor, which would conflict with ethical duty, but should be seen as an obligation of those in power not to deny or detract from the rights of anyone out of disfavor or sympathy for others. And this requires, above all, that the state should have an internal constitution organized in accordance with pure principles of right, and also that it unites with other neighboring or even distant states to arrive at a lawful settlement of differences by forming somewhat analogous to a universal state. This proposition simply means that whatever the physical consequences may be, the political maxim adopted need not be influenced by the prospects of any benefit or happiness which might occur to the state if it follows them, i.e., by the end which each state takes as the object of its will, as the highest empirical principle of political wisdom, whose principle is given a priori by pure reason. The world will certainly not come to an end if there are fewer bad men. Moral evil has by nature the inherent quality of being self-destructive and self-contradictory in its aims, especially in relation between persons of a like mind, so that it makes way for the moral principle of goodness, even if such progress is slow. I'm going to take one more brief break, and then we're going to cross the finish line, and I'm going to go to bed. I'll be right back. Before I continue reading, it is time to nibble on a bagel. I haven't stayed up this late in so long. I don't know when. But I started getting the habit of going to bed around 11 or 12. But there was times I was staying up till like, now. I don't know. I do consider myself a night owl for the most part, I think. Because it's in the evening that I often I feel like a boost of creativity. I'm conflicted about it though, because I also admire people who like get up really early and start their day early and get a head start on the rest of us. I even would kind of like to be one of those people that got up early enough on a regular basis, like to watch the sunrise. Because I think that would be a very satisfying feeling to watch the sunrise. There's a story that Voltaire, I think in his like 80th year or something, rose before dawn, and he and a friend of his climbed a mountain. And as they got to the mountain, they, saw the sun rising, and Voltaire prostrated himself on his knees and was like exclaiming about how glorious God was and how much he believed in God. But then he stood up and said, as for Monsieur the Sun and Madame the Mother, that is a different matter. But I just use that, story as an example of, I do think it, sunsets are beautiful, sunrises are beautiful. So I almost wonder if like it would give me an increased motivation in my day if I got to see the sunrise every day. But I don't really live near, any mountains I could climb to see the sun in any particularly, in a vantage point that would be very aesthetically pleasing. But even, just the sunrise itself, I think, can be beautiful enough, even if you're not, at the top of a mountain or in the middle of a vast field or something. So, well, we're almost there. I put myself through this, but I dug this hole, but I'm gonna dig myself out of it. And finish. Thus, in objective or theoretical terms, there is no conflict whatsoever between morality and politics. In a subjective sense, however, i.e., in relation to the selfish disposition, i.e., in relation to the selfish disposition of man, which, since it is not based on maxims of reason, cannot, however, be called practical, this conflict will and ought to remain active, since it serves as a whetstone of virtue. The true courage of virtue, according to the principle tu ne sid malis sed contra audentior into, you for your part must not give way to troubles, but confront them the more boldly. Does not so much consist in the present case in resolutely standing up to the evils and sacrifices which must be encountered, as in facing the evil principles within ourselves and overcoming its wiles. For this principle is far more dangerous, since it is deceitful, treacherous, and liable to exploit the weakness of human nature in order to justify any violation of justice. The political moralist may indeed say that the ruler and people, or one people and another people, do no injustice to each other if they enter into mutual conflict through violence or cunning, although they act completely unjustly in refusing to respect the concept of right, which would alone be capable of establishing perpetual peace. He keeps coming back to, if you do this, you can't establish peace, perpetual peace. If you do that, you can't establish perpetual peace. For if one party violates his duty towards another who is just as lawlessly disposed towards him, that which actually happens to them in wearing each other out is perfectly just, and each of their kind will always survive to keep this process going without interruption into the most distant future, so that later generations may take them as a warning example. Providence is justified in disposing the course of world events in this way, for the moral principle in man is never extinguished, and reason, which is pragmatically capable of applying the ideas of right according to this principle, constantly increases with the continuous progress of culture, while the guilt attending violations of right increases proportionately. If we suppose that mankind never can and will be in a better condition, it seems impossible to justify by any kind of theodicy the mere fact that such a race of corrupt beings could have been created on earth at all. But this kind of judgment is far too exalted for us. We cannot theoretically attribute our conception of wisdom to the supreme power whose nature is beyond our understanding. Such are the desperate conclusions to which we are inevitably driven if we do not assume that the pure principles of right have an objective reality, i.e., that they can be applied in practice. And whatever empirical politics may say to the contrary, the people within the state, as well as the states in their relation with one another, must act accordingly. A true system of politics cannot therefore take a single step without first paying tribute to morality. And although politics in itself is a difficult art, no art is required to combine it with morality. For as soon as the two come into conflict, morality can cut through the knot, which politics cannot untie. The rights of man must be held sacred, however great a sacrifice the ruling power may have to make. There can be no half measures here. It is no use devising hybrid solutions such as a pragmatically conditioned right halfway between right and utility. For all politics must bend the knee before right, although politics may hope in return to arrive, however slowly, at a stage of lasting brilliance. 2. On the agreement between politics and morality according to this transcendental concept of public right. If, in considering public right as the jurists usually conceive of it, I abstract from all its material aspects as derived by the various empirically given relationships of men within a state, or of states with one another, I am left with the formal attribute of publicness. For every claim upon right potentially possesses this attribute, and without it there can be no justice, which can only be conceived of as publicly knowable. And therefore, no right, since right can only come from justice. Every claim upon right must have this public quality. And since it is very easy to judge whether or not it is present in a particular instance, i.e., whether or not it can be combined with the principles of the agent concerned, it provides us with a ready applicable criterion which can be discovered a priori within reason itself. If it cannot be reconciled with the agent's principles, it enables us to recognize at once the falseness, i.e., unrighteousness, of the claim, pratensia iris in question, as if by an experiment of pure reason. After we have abstracted in this way from all the empirical elements contained within the concept of political and international rights, including that evil aspect of human nature which makes coercion necessary, we must specify the following proposition as a transcendental formula of public right. All actions affecting the rights of other human beings are wrong if their maxim is not compatible with their being made public. This principle should be regarded not only as ethical, i.e., pertaining to the theory of virtue, but also as judicial, i.e., affecting the rights of man. For a maxim which I may not declare openly without thereby frustrating my own intention, or which must at all costs be kept secret if it is to succeed, or which I cannot publicly acknowledge without thereby inevitably. I'm going to start that sentence over. For a maxim which I may not declare openly without thereby frustrating my own intention, or which must at all costs be kept secret if it is to be, for a maxim which I may not declare openly without thereby frustrating my own intention, or which must at all costs be kept secret if it is to succeed, or which I cannot publicly acknowledge without thereby inevitably arousing the resistance of everyone to my plans, can only have stirred up this necessary and general, hence a priori foreseeable, opposition against me because it is in itself unjust, and thus constitutes a threat to everybody. That took a second, but I managed to get through it. I don't know if anyone else has this experience, but for me, sometimes I start, when I'm reading aloud, I try to read it too fast, and then, I just jumble my words. Besides, this is a purely negative test, i.e., it serves only as a means of detecting what is not right in relation to others. Like any axiom, it is valid without demonstration, and besides, it is easy to apply, as can be seen from the following examples of public right. 1. In the eternal right of a state, ius civitas, a question may arise which many people consider difficult to answer, although it can be resolved quite easily by means of the transcendental principle of publicness. It runs as follows. Is rebellion a rightful means for people to use in order to overthrow the oppressive power of a so-called tyrant? Non titula sed exercitio talis. The rights of the people have been violated, and there can be no doubt that the tyrant would not be receiving unjust treatment. And there can be no doubt that the tyrant would not be receiving unjust treatment if he were dethroned. Nevertheless, it is in the highest degree wrong if the subjects pursue their rights in this way, and they cannot in the least complain of injustice if they are defeated in the ensuing conflict and subsequently have to endure the most severe penalties. Much can be said in arguments both for and against such a course of action if we try to settle the matter by dogmatic deduction of the principles of right. But the transcendental principle of publicness and question of right can get round such long-winded discussions. According to this principle, the people, before establishing the civil contract, asks itself whether it dares to make public the maxim of its intention to rebel on certain occasions. It is easily seen that if one were to make it a condition of founding a political constitution that force might in certain eventualities be used against the head of state, the people would have to claim rightful authority over its ruler. But if this were so, the ruler would not be the head of state. Or if both parties were given authority as a priori conditions of establishing the state, the existence of the state itself, which it was the people's intention to establish, would become impossible. The injustice of rebellion is thus apparent from the fact that if the maxim upon which it would act were publicly acknowledged, it would defeat its own purpose. The maxim would therefore have to be kept secret. But it would not be necessary for the head of state to conceal its intentions. He may say quite openly that he will punish any rebellion by putting the ringleaders to death, even if they believe that he was himself the first to infringe the fundamental law. For if he is aware that he possesses irresistible supreme power, and this must be assumed in any civil constitution, for a ruler who does not have sufficient power to protect each individual among the people against the others cannot have the right to give the people orders either. He does not have to worry that his own aim might be frustrated if his maxim becomes generally known. And it is perfectly consistent with this argument that if the people were to rebel successfully, the head of state would revert to the position of a subject, but he would not be justified in starting a new rebellion to restore his former position, nor would he have to fear being called to account for his previous administration. We now come to international right. We can speak of international right only on the assumption that some kind of lawful conditions exist, i.e. that external circumstances are such that a man can genuinely be accorded his rights. For as a form of public right, it implies by definition that there is a general will, which publicly assigns to each individual that which is his due. And this status iuridicus must be derived from some sort of contract, which, unlike that from which a state originates, must not be based on coercive law, but may at most be a state of permanent and free association, like the above-mentioned federation of different states. For without some kind of lawful condition which actively links together the various physical or moral persons, as is the case in the state of nature, the only possible form of right is a private one. This again involves a conflict between politics and morality, the latter in the shape of a theory of right. The criterion of publicness in the relevant maxims can, however, once again be easily applied, but only on condition that the contract binds the state for the single purpose of preserving peace amongst themselves and in relation to other states, and on no account with a view to military conquest. We can thus envisage the following instance of an antinomy between politics and philosophy, along with the appropriate solution in each case. A. If one of these states has promised something to another, whereby it be assistance, secession of certain territories, subsidies, or the like, it may be asked whether the state, on occasion, when its own welfare is at stake, may free itself from the obligation to keep its word, maintaining that it ought to be regarded as a dual person, on the other hand, as a sovereign who is not responsible to anyone within the state, and on the other, merely as the highest a political official who is responsible to the state. And the conclusion is to be drawn from this that the state, or its ruler, can be exempted in the latter capacity from obligations it incurred in the first. But if the ruler of a state were to let it be known that this was his maxim, everyone else would naturally flee from him or unite with others in order to resist his pretensions, which proves that such a system of politics, for all its cunning, would defeat its own purpose if it operates on a public footing, so that the above maxim must be wrong. B. If a neighboring power which has grown to a formidable size, potentia tremenda, gives cause for anxiety, can one assume that it will wish to oppress other states because it is able to do so? Or does this give the less powerful party a right to mount a concerted attack upon it, even if no offense has been offered? If a state were to let it be known that it affirmed this maxim, it would merely bring about more surely and more quickly the very evil it feared. For the greater power would anticipate the lesser evil and the lesser ones, and the possibility that they might unite would be but a feeble reed against one who knew how to use the tactics of divide impera. Thus, this maxim of political expediency, if acknowledged publicly, necessarily defeats its own purpose and is consequently unjust. C. If a smaller state, by its geographical situation, constitutes a gap in the territory of a larger state, and this larger state requires the intrusive territory for its own preservation, is not the larger state justified in subjugating the smaller one and annexing its territory? One can easily see that the larger state must on no account let it be known that it has adopted such a maxim, for the smaller states would either unite in good time, or other powerful states would quarrel over the proposed prey, so that the plan would be rendered impractical if it were made public. This is a sign that it is unjust, and it would in fact be an injustice of a very great magnitude. For the fact that the object of an injustice is small does not mean that the injustice does to it may not be very great. That the injustice done to it may not be very great. As for cosmopolitan right, I pass over it here in silence, for its maxims are easy to formulate and assess on account of its analogy with international right. In the principle, the maxim of international right may be incompatible with publicity. We thus have a good indication that politics and morality, in the sense of a theory of right, are not in agreement. But it is also necessary that we should know what the condition is under which its maxims will agree with international right. For we cannot simply conclude, by a reverse process, that all maxims which can be made public are therefore also just, because the person who has a decisive supremacy has no need to conceal his maxims. The condition which must be fulfilled before any kind of international right is possible is that a lawful state must already be in existence. For without this, there can be no public right, and any right which can be conceived of outside it, i.e., in the state of nature, will be merely a private right. Now we have already seen above that a federative association of states whose sole intention is to eliminate war is the only lawful arrangement which can be reconciled with their freedom. Thus, politics and morality can only be in agreement within a federal union, which is therefore necessary and given a priori through the principles of right. And the rightful basis of all political prudence is the founding of such a union in the most comprehensive form possible. For without this aim, all its reasonings are unwisdom and unveiled injustice. This kind of false politics has its own casuistry to match that of the best Jesuit scholars, for it includes the reservatio mentalis, whereby public contracts are formulated in terms which one can interpret to one's own advantage as required. For example, the distribution between the status quo of fact and the status quo of right. It also includes the probabilismus, i.e., it tries to think out evil intentions which it might attribute to others, or use the likelihood of their gaining predominance as a legal justification for undermining other peaceful states. And finally, it has the principle of the philosophical sin, peccatum philosophicum peccatilium, or bagatelle. Whereby it can be regarded as a readily pardonable trifle to seize a small state if a much larger state gains in the process to the supposed advantage of the world in general. Final footnote. One can find examples of such maxims in Garve's treatise on combining morality with politics. This estimable scholar admitted from the very outset that he is unable to offer a satisfactory answer to this question, but to condone such procedures while admitting that one cannot fully answer the objections which can be raised against them seem to constitute a greater concession to those who are more inclined to misuse it than it is advisable to anyone for anyone to make. All this is occasioned by the duplicity of politics in relation to morality, for it makes use of whatever branch of morality suits its purpose. But both aspects, philanthropy and respect for the rights of man, are obligatory. And while the former is only a conditional duty, the latter is an unconditional duty, an absolutely imperative one. Anyone must first be completely sure that he has not infringed it if he wishes to enjoy the sweet sense of having acted justly. Politics can easily be reconciled with morality in the former sense, i.e., as ethics, for both demand that men should give up their rights to their rulers. But when it comes to morality in its second sense, i.e., as the theory of right, which requires that politics should actively defer to it, politics finds it advisable not to enter into any contracts at all, preferring to deny that the theory of right has any reality and to reduce all duties to mere acts of goodwill. This subterfuge of a secretive system of politics could, however, easily be defeated if philosophy were to make its maxims public. Would it but dare to allow the philosopher to publicize his own maxims. With this in mind, I now put forward another transcendental and affirmative principle of public right. It might be formulated as follows. All maxims which require publicity, if they are not to fail in their purpose, can be reconciled both with right and with politics. For if they can only attain their end by being publicized, they must conform to the universal aim of the public, which is happiness. And it is the particular task of politics to remain in harmony with the aim of the public through but it is but if this end wait for if they can only attain their end by being publicized, they must conform to the universal aim of the public, which is happiness, and it is the particular task of politics to remain in harmony with the aim of the public through making it satisfied with its conditions. But if this end is to be attained only through publicity, i.e., by dispelling all distrust of the maxims employed, the maxims in question must also be in harmony with public right. For only within this right is it possible to unite the ends of everyone. I must, however, postpone the further elaboration and discussion of this principle until another occasion, although it can already be seen that it is a transcendental formula if one removes all the empirical conditions relating to happiness, i.e., the substance of the law, and looks exclusively to the form of universal lawfulness. If it is a duty to bring about in reality a state of public right, albeit by an infinite process of gradual approximation, and if there are also good grounds for hoping that we shall succeed, then it is not just an empty idea that perpetual peace will eventually replace what have hitherto been wrongly called peace treaties, which are actually only truces. On the contrary, it is the task which, as solutions are gradually found, constantly draws nearer fulfillment. For we may hope that the periods within which equal amounts of progress are made will become progressively shorter. So that is Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch by Immanuel Kant. I will let the rest of the essay speak for itself and not offer any final thoughts of my own. It is bedtime. On that note, thank you for watching, and take care.